Good morning. My camera's not working. 1 second. Not invisible. Ding ding. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, there it is. What's up, everyone? I'm here. It's okay. Awesome, Carl. I'm glad I could do that for you. My mission's complete. Phase with little fires. Oh, neat. That's an interesting start to the day. Hmm. I should be watching that. Price target to re-enter nerve. It was down pretty hard this morning, right? Yeah, it's like almost back down to where we bought in yesterday. Mm, probably not a terrible one. Might be able to get it a little cheaper. I need to check BBBY's options real quick. So give me a second on that. Nerve isn't a terrible price. There's been forced covering every day, right? The question is what's being forced covered? Because there's no reported short interest. Whoa. Okay, BBBY is dicks dropped pretty hard. It's back up again yesterday, but it was down really hard on Friday. Skew. Morning OI. Priced in move to 1910. 15, and then a shitload of negative net gamma built up at 20 now. So it looks like they came in with another really big put wall at 20 for BBBY. It's 15's 613,000, 20 is now 903,000. But in between 15 and 20, not very strong at all. So if BBBY crosses 15, and it's in a really good spot. Is Pickles Picks worth it if you can only buy shares? I mean, your profit potential is lower, but you can still make money, yeah. I mean, that's like Nerve you can only buy shares on, and it was a Pickles pick. When you buy more BBBY calls, already did. I bought quite a few yesterday. How's the market looking? Still better this morning. All right. GME. Oof. I really want to sell CSPs on Bobby, but super scared it's going to nosedive into them. I think I might just wait until after the announcement. Yeah, that's fair. No, don't see anything wrong with that. I'm trying to decide what I should lower my cost basis on today. Fubo or Rev? I'm thinking Rev, but I can buy more Fubo now. It's up to you. I don't know. I mean, Fubo's kind of just been at the same price for the last week, right? It's been between like $3.50 and $4. The True Jimmy has 1.6 million FTDs due today. No, it is not true. That's inaccurate. It had 1.6 million FTDs on July 22nd. They were gone the next day. Are you adding more Amazon puts? I probably will, yeah. Canada wheat sitting up 9% over 2022, 2023. Projected to grow 28.2 megatons, 49% more than 2021, 2022. Potentially the largest crop on record. Interesting. Is that, do you know if that's primarily red wheat or oh, is it like winter wheat or soft wheat? Yeah, I don't feel great this morning. I'm not sick. I just have a really bad headache. Looking to add some Tesla puts on the pump. Yeah, this seems like a good range to add them in. I'd wait to add them, but it doesn't seem like a bad range to add them in. It's probably a sinus headache because I ran out of allergy medication yesterday. Spring wheat, so I assume soft. Okay. What BBBY strikes dates did you buy? September 16, 15. Let's see if I can clean up all these fucking fractional shares. Hold on. Hello, boss. Coffee's on your desk. Please don't spill it today. The YouTube guy is here to renew your broadcast license. It's only $2 million instead of 5. We budgeted, so that's good news. I need the day off tomorrow. I have to polish the gold lady in Lady VWAP's shrine. Oh, the golden Lady VWAP shrine. That's fine. Just remember that you're not getting a paid day off for that. Otherwise, yeah, no problem. Why so little theta on BBBY calls? What? Why would I get more? DMD the release? What's this for? Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Something to consider, I quit dairy. Yes, ice cream. And my allergies and sinus headaches, migraines went from 10 to a 2 on my 1 to 10 pain scale. Interesting. I don't really get headaches very often. I don't I don't know if I have a dairy allergy. I don't think I do. Sets also claim that Canada produces the world's largest exporter of wheat. I'm not sure I believe that. I mean, it might be now with Russia and Ukraine having their issues. 1 teaspoon of unfiltered apple cider. Oh God. Chop more today on SPY. I'm surprised it hasn't bounced back much this morning. It looks like it. Although it's kind of pulling back pretty hard. It's already dropped below yesterday's close. This might just be bad. Did you guys see the White House press release last night? They were like, jobs data might not be good anymore. I thought that was funny. Given all the jobs data coming out this week. Is this BBBY slippage because of the $15 put wall? Some of it, yeah. I mean, you've got the market maker selling into the rising price, so the rejections are really, really hard. Also, people selling out of weekly $15 calls on the crossover. Oh, okay. Bedhead, thank you so much, dude. Guys, give Bedhead a big shout out if he just hooked you up with Cornichon, and welcome aboard. Thank you so much, Bedhead. I appreciate it, man. Schwab showing the phase bar rate at 696%. Yeah, it's been really high for a while now. Did SST hit the threshold list again? Ooh. Interesting. What's the under-over on what percentage of our people FOMO'd into Bobby's top and pre-market today to get rugged? Some people definitely did. Put their pickle in my jar. Yeah, sorry, I slipped. I'm in learning in a yoga pose and fell sideways into the buy button. It's okay. No worries. I'm glad that you have buy 50 memberships hotkeyed. You know, you wouldn't want to miss your entry opportunity. Hey Greg, can't believe it's 13 months already. I know. Anyway, my girlfriend is a bio major getting into stocks. Her mind med reverse split 1 to 15. She's confused. What should I tell her? Are those bullish or bearish? If there's a lot of short positions, it can be near term bullish. but it's generally bearish over the initial period following the reverse split. So if there's a large short position, it can be bullish because reverse splits generally cause institutions to sell out, and when they do, it forces a share recall. No, it's not crime. It's just a ton of negative gamma. Check out Nerve. Is it moving? Oh, okay. Just you guys don't need to. You can probably relax on Nerve for a few days. I think. I think it's gonna come down. Let's figure over the Matt Kors channel for the Co show. That's never gonna happen. Did traffic cause you to turn back and come home? What do you make of BBBY fanatics coming for you on your subreddit? Oh, I haven't seen them. Why? It would be awesome if we could see trades on other platforms as well. I don't really have it set up for that. I'd have to capture like multiple windows, and I don't know how to do that. Like simultaneously. Also, no. The thoughts on BTU with this pullback on them buying back $25 million of debt. Looks like a good entry. If it's under $20, usually. What's it at? Uh, Maybe it'll hit $20 again. I really hope not. It kind of makes me want to sell. There's pretty good resistance at like 24. And really good resistance at 23.50. We'll see. It's good they're buying back some debt. I mean, it's not something you really want a lot of right now, especially if the Fed raises rates again in September. BT is actually a really well-run company. I am a little surprised they're buying back debt. You'll have to look into that more. I didn't see or I didn't get a notification for it, so. Not bad. Just know that you're at 23, 23 isn't the best cost basis. SST hit the reg show after someone went 30K calls to be in the money on August. Yesterday was T+6 from expiration, so they FTD'd T+2. Huh. Curious. Man, I like SST, but after what happened the first time, I just don't want to be, I don't want to have any money in it. It's so fucking risky. What does it take to see the SPY below 400 again? We're pretty close. Yeah, calm your nerves. It's okay. Because you have opinions. Oh, I see. Stonk Lover and Snook Catcher, thank you guys so much for becoming billionaires. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream, and I'll get you added to the country club.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float.
That guy from this morning had been warned a couple weeks ago, so his I'm back was short-lived. Okay. I don't even know what's going on, but awesome. Thanks, Fluffy. Don't fuck with Fluffy on the Discord or on the Reddit. He will end you. I just saw a Fubo commercial on TV. Yeah, they've been advertising a lot more. It's kind of bullish, honestly. A lot of the things going on with Fubo right now, I really like. Yeah, call the dude that's been doing this for a year and a half a shill. Makes sense. Okay. Every day, too. Price target for cat call entry. Lower. 182 at least. If the market pulls back and DJI drops, right? Like if the Dow drops, cat's gonna get cheaper. It's too heavily weighted in indices not to. BBBY groupies are mad that you have a different opinion than they do, but their DD is bullshit. They have bullshit DD that's not based on any facts whatsoever. Is Rev as risky as SST? I don't know. They haven't pinned the price on Revlon yet. Like on SST, they didn't even unlock all the warrants. They just pinned the fucking price to the warrant price, and they were like, "Fuck your calls." So the liquidation that was like supposed to occur didn't really. The market maker just didn't let the price go up. Isn't phase the same as SST? Yeah, it's one of the reasons I'm not really following it super closely. And I haven't bought into phase for more than like a day or two at a time. I don't want to like maintain exposure on it. What will it take for the SPY to be over 500 again? A consistent reduction in core inflation? dropping rent, food, and well, probably rent and food prices would do it. Energy too. Energy's still really elevated. Do you think we can see Google run below 100 in the next 2 months? Or do you think it's somewhat insulated from crashing that hard? Um, yeah, it's definitely possible. It almost hit 100. I mean, this is like when I got assigned on my CSPs was like right here at like 105. So I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that if the market tanks, Google's gonna drop. It's got a PE of 20, it's still I could see it pulling back. Google below 100 is obviously a very good deal, but I wish you could open like SPX in the little windows instead of only SPY. Maybe they'll fix that one day. BBBY is starting to look kind of good. Revlon's turning around at 650. Yeah, Fubo, I expect Fubo to grow in Canada a lot. They have like the main broadcasting rights or the primary broadcasting rights for the what is it, the British Football League? I forget which I forget which football league it is, but it's like a big deal. With an imminent market crash, could we see Fubo at cheaper prices? Maybe, but probably not a lot cheaper. I mean, it's already really low, right? What's the GN on GME? Let's see if yeah, let me see if JFresh is around. I'll ask him. Spy test 398. Oh man. I think if Spy slips 400, it's gonna go a lot lower than 398. Unfortunately, I set my stops on Tesla puts too tight. Quick through into a profit, but I left some on the table. Oh well. Sorry, dude. Just made CC money for the first time. Thank you, Pickle. Thanks, Stevie. Congratulations, man. BBBY's new DD is like SSDD. Yeah, it's getting really fucking out there. Sorry if I missed it, but have you commented on BBY being a ratio still? Is this bullish? Thanks, Kirk. The longer it remains on, yeah. It's good that it's still on reg show going into the meeting. Remember, they have to have 5 days of consecutive fails below 400,000. Bottom for GME this week. The next lower resistance after the one it just broke is, I feel like we went over this before, but let me double check. So we're looking at 2983, 2936 on the ascending trend. So the horizontal is at 2980, 2930. So we'll see if it gets kind of caught up here on the multiple resistance bands. If it falls through that, 28, 26, and then well, hopefully we don't fall down to the actual low ones, because those are at like 22, 21, 20. No, actually, I'd be okay with that. I wouldn't mind buying shares there again. Oof. The SPY just got rugged hard. Is there a case for playing BBBY except FOMO? Will you most likely dump most of your position before end of day due to the Wednesday announcement? I'm out of Bobby, but I'm trying to understand the rationale. I mean, I think most people are trying to play like the market mechanics of it still being on reg show. My worry is with IV, at like 240 to 280%. Obviously, there's a lot of risk that IV crushes after the meeting tomorrow, which would be bad news. My power has been out since 6 p.m. yesterday, and my phone is going to die soon. Can you manage my port? No. I'm sorry, Gary Gensler's twin. You should ask your staff. Is there a case for playing BBBY except FOMO? Okay, I already covered that. English Premier League. That's it. Thank you so much. What and when are you getting calls for on Jimmy? Probably not till near the end of this week, I would say. I didn't have the 10 a.m. consumer jobs data yet. I'm imagining it wasn't very good, given the market reaction. Yeah, let's see. We got S&P Schiller home price. Came in below the forecasted at 18.6%. I don't know what the hell Barkin said this morning, but he had a speech. Jolt's job openings up at 11.23 million from a previous 11.04. Forecasted to be 10.5, so good. More job openings. Consumer confidence is also up. CB consumer confidence for August is also up 103.2 versus previous of 95.3. And then Fed's Williams, the Fed Williams is speaking at 11. A lot of Fed speeches this week. Williams, Mester, Bostic again on Thursday. Thursday and Wednesday, Bostic speaking twice. Mester tomorrow morning. What happened to Bobby? Did Zakir buy calls again? I don't know. You'll have to ask him. Puts on FSLR. I mean, you could if you want. What do you think about the economic data? It's a few more job openings. Consumer confidence is up, which should be slightly bullish. But the market's coming down hard. I think I want to hold this if that's the case. Did BBBY stay on Reg Show last night? That was weird. You see that? What the fuck was that? CSP is for GME reentry, low targets near term. Probably like 28, 28, 28.50, right around there. Job openings and consumer sentiment were higher. What's your holding period for Fubo? 1 or 2 years? Yeah, that's kind of my plan. You just have to manually type in SPX. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'll try that. DN 29.2. Okay. GN 28.4, GM 42.5. Thank you, Twin Peaks. Is chasing SPY downs a bad idea currently, please? Exited SPY puts last Monday as I didn't know Jackson's hole would go. That makes sense. Now don't want to jump back in too early if there's hope of a rally. Well, it rallied a little bit yesterday, back up into like the 405 range. Um, with the SPY right now, I would just be patient, wait till you get an entry you're comfortable with, and make sure that you have a decent amount of theta to at least carry you through like the Fed meeting, right? Do you think we can rev show tonight? If the FTD a lot of volume of last week's drop to 5, volume on that day was 17 million shares. Maybe. Uh, that's trying to predict when reg show is gonna happen is a little hard. I don't know if it's worth trying to do, because if they miss by 1 share or they exercise some in the money calls, they can shave off FTDs, right? And they've definitely exercised in the money calls on Revlon already, so they've shown a willingness to do that. Just made a new short-term low. SPY's about to either bounce on 400 or we go to 3XX next. Yeah. We're still looking good for the GME bottom. I think you said yesterday somewhere around 29 could be important for us. Yeah, JFresh has DN right now at 29.2 and GN at 28.4. So kind of right in the range that the technical analysis would indicate. Almost exactly. Like the TA shows like 29.5 and 28.50. So, but it's really close. Is there any upside coming to GME? 9-1, and then earnings are kind of risky, Steve. So 9-1 to 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 till 9-8. And then earnings are on 9-7. So 9-1 to 9-8 is kind of risky to have CCs on the table. Then from 9-9 to 9-16, probably not super risky. After 9-16, you know, you don't want them on the table because September OPEX. Spent my wife's labia plasty money. Oh Jesus, what is this? Greg, I need advice. I spent my wife's labiaplasty money savings on rig 123Cs and procedure is 223. Am I screwed or can I do the procedure myself? Thanks. Oh Jesus Christ. Sorry if I missed your explanation, but I saw that you grabbed a bunch of Rev Jan 35C yesterday. I was under the impression you were waiting for a lower value than $1 and was targeting in the 50-cent range. What changed? Expecting some upside or just DCAing? I didn't have any exposure because I sold them on the last pop. I thought it was gonna run again, so I bought some to get exposure. And now I'm probably stuck with them at this price until it has another like IV move, which should be in the next couple weeks. So I'm not super worried about it. Yeah, the ideal price for them is like sub 80 cents. I'll DCA into them under 80 cents. It hasn't gone back to 50 this entire time. So I don't know if 50 is gonna happen. It'd be nice, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. And then the upside of them on a run is like 150 to 185. So, I mean, the price I have is okay. They just won't be super profitable. When's the Fed meeting? The week of the 20. So we should have minutes coming out or the forward projections coming out on like September 21st, I think. Like OPEX week. How hot you think this bounce on 400 is going to be? We'll see. Honestly, I thought the bounce yesterday would have held a little bit longer. What's the membership level for Pickles Picks? Dillionaire, right? Yeah. What are your expectations for next OPEX? Enough data for a prediction or too early? It's way too early. It looks better. At least we're getting shorted this time. That's something we like to see. We like to see those in the money puts coming in and the price getting driven down. Thoughts on the VIX strangle for hedging Jan 1823 theta is good. What kind of volatility swings can we expect before then? Dear God, why would you strangle the VIX? Like short strangle or long strangle? At least they haven't dropped much of value while Rev is down 6%. Yeah, they don't really go very low, right? Okay. That's rough. Why is the downside on Bobby not showing up on the chart? Jim Cramer says he buys here. Spy 403. Remember to hydrate and stay awesome. Oh boy. Well, he can't be right twice, right? Oh, look, there we go. We mentioned Jim Cramer and it breaks 400 to the downside. This is going to be fun. We should remove Pickles Picks access for pigeon whales. We don't need them. Dear God, why would you strangle the VIX? Getting it made into a t-shirt? That's on Rex short GME inverse ETF. I mean, it's just swaps, right? Theoretically, it should have no effect on the underlying price. But I'm not surprised. I'm starting to suspect Jim Cramer has magic powers. You go into the bathroom and turn off the lights and say Jim Cramer 3 times, the spy will die. That's exciting. I mean, they really shouldn't have an effect on the underlying price. The only thing that would have an effect is the hedging of those swaps. The procedure is actually to make it bigger. I like pretending I'm in Top Gun Maverick and wear like an oxygen mask while down there. Kendro, good for you, man. Probably. I don't know what Rig's gonna do. I wouldn't say it's had reliable upside. Kendra being Kendra. Yeah. Not a bounce. Did somebody not say Jim Cramer? Which one of you did this? I agree. It was me and my $500 one DTE calls I bought. You son of a bitch. Who's buying SPY here? Jim Cramer is. We went over this. Jesus Christ, I accidentally got BBBY 15 September puts instead of calls this morning. Absolutely regarded, but a happy accident. Congratulations, Lord of Newark. Alon Kramer remains a buyer of the SPY. Kramer bought on that dip, and now he's already out. I'm sorry. I swear he wasn't like this as a child. That happens. So T+2 from yesterday come into effect tomorrow. T+2 Bobby from yesterday come into effect tomorrow. From the run yesterday? Sure. See you there, Gilgamesh. The best thing about owning Fubo and Revlon, they don't seem to care about the market. They're a little insulated. Fubo mostly because of its price, not because of its like active fund weighting. Revlon just because it's been set adrift. Is this the plunge protection team? No. GME FTDs look good for next week. Did we get the report yet? I don't think we got the report yet. Jimmy Chill saying buy SPY, but he's buying Tootsie Roll. How's Tootsie Roll doing today? Look at that son of a bitch. Up 0.17%. Teledoc's up too, which is weird. Phase is dropping. I'm glad I didn't YOLO into that. SST moving up. BBXY. DDS is up, which is interesting. DDS is another stock that's not super influenced by market fluctuation. I thought pharma stocks bad, nerve. Oh, I hate pharma stocks. You know what I like though? A 90% borrow rate on a stock with no reported short interest that's trading multiples of its float every hour. Every half hour? Yesterday it was every half hour. You made inverse single stock ETFs with Revlon and GME being two of them? Wait, Revlon got a fucking inverse ETF? Are you shitting me? They built a product like an ETF product around a bankrupt company? That's the most bullish thing I've ever heard. No, I don't believe they did. Okay. It's AMC, not Revlon. Oh, that makes sense. Do you remember when someone long ago asked you to play Elden Ring midstream? Vaguely, yeah. But look, there goes the spy. Who had spy drops 25 BPS in 1 minute on their MOASS bingo card? Can we see some more resistances? Yeah, there's a lot of them, but not that many. The next important one to the downside for the spy is let's see here. 398's been a pretty stable one in the past. Um I really need to color code these. 398, 396.70, and 395.70 are very, very important. I wish they could just transfer my chart from TradingView to WeBull. I have so many puts. I thought we weren't going to break 400. Who said that? It wasn't me. I said it would be hard to break 400. I said we weren't going to break it yesterday. But I have like a fuck ton of puts. I don't know what you're talking about. The trading gods were not happy with the gains I made on Bobby a few weeks ago. Apparently, are demanding a sacrifice of my port for appeasement. That makes sense. Remember, if the SPY continues to drop, Bobby's going to too. It's got a lot of active fund exposure. I know you're not a tax professional, but do you know, is playing CCs on long shares get the same tax implications as selling long shares? Yeah, technically, if you sell them less than 30 days to expiration and you haven't owned them a year already, then it would reset your holding period. But Brokers don't track it. So I don't know anybody who's ever actually had that happen to them. Brokers will tell you the same thing if you call and ask. I've been rolling October SPX. Obviously, if you get assigned, then yes, your holding period is reset. But I've been rolling October SPX calls up from 19 to 21 to 23, adding a few more calls each time. Is this the best way to continue rolling forward if I still like the thesis? Yeah. Are you increasing leverage as you roll up? They're supported 397.80. Or 396.80, sorry. And 398.91. Here, I'll show you guys. So these are the downside supports for the SPY. 98.91, 96, 78, 95.74, 93.58, 38, 389.70. I don't know if we'll need more than that today. The economic data that came out wasn't overly bearish. Actually, the two reports that came out today that mattered were kind of bullish. Consumer sentiment and Jolt's job openings were both better than the previous month. And then even the Case Shiller home price year over year, well, that came in a little lower, actually. So home prices came in down a little bit, but that's not really that important. I don't think that would be having a huge effect. A 0.4% miss. Boomers are starting to realize we're in a recession. Good news is bad news equals more Fed tightening. Yeah, it's true. More job openings and higher demand equals the Fed isn't doing enough equals more rate hikes incoming. Yes, it does. Sort of. I mean, it didn't beat that massively, right? It was a small uptick in job openings. Who mentioned TSLQ yesterday? I feel like I owe you a perfectly buttered piece of toast with a touch of salt. Thanks. You could just use salted butter. Yeah, BBBY hit 15 today, very briefly. When do we get the report to show if the Fed has started QT yet? I mean, you can look at their like their holdings on like the Fred data. Like you can look at the Fed's balance sheet. I don't know how often it updates. It's like the last update was August 22nd. Got stopped out of 15s. Yeah, hit risk. Is October monthlies enough theta for SPY puts? Or have you started buying November? I don't have any November yet. I do have October though. I mean, technically September 16th captures SLD. Time for Jimmy CSP, or do you think we could drop below 28? Well, we're almost right on delta neutral right now. Obviously, those are kind of stepping down every day, but generally below gamma neutral is fairly safe. Are you trying not to get assigned, Big Dilly style, or are you trying to get assigned? Are you adding to your GME position at this price point? No. Sub 25 I would, but not this high. Have you bought any more wheat calls? Which dates and strikes? I still have 8, 9, and 10. I have less 8 now after they went in the money, but because I took some profits from them. But I still have 9 and 10 for January. I haven't rolled them out yet. Can you expand on the TSLQ play? I didn't have a TSLQ play. Is that the... Oh, that's the bear ETF. I do have that. Sorry, I thought it was some shitty SPAC. No, I do have I bought those yesterday. It's just the Tesla bear ETF. I should get more of those, huh? Is there a bull ETF for Tesla? No, uranium's like a 3 to 5 year holding period. Oh, there is a bull ETF? ARK. My question is, when are we gonna get like leveraged bull and bear ETFs? TSLL? Okay. I seem to be well positioned for NOPEXs, but not for the great runs. I mean, it's a good feeling when you're well positioned for a big move. It's nice. How funny would it be if Wall Street Bets shorted the GME Bear ETF? How much are they going to short it? It kind of looks like its ability to track the price of the stock breaks down when like IV moves beyond 100%. If you read their prospectus, Dork. ETF same like CFD, kind of, yeah. Mimics it. You take a look at Best Buy. Well, I'd imagine it's going down. No? What the fuck? Did they have earnings or something? Why is Best Buy up? Oh, they had earnings. I wonder if Best Buy was the real MOASS. Remember when I bought puts on this fucking thing? It took so long for those to print. What the fuck is Best Buy beating earnings right now? I want to go read that. Spy puts are rolling, or so puts are rolling in for Jimmy. They have been for the last few days. Lots of in the money puts. Or a lot more than we've seen in a long time. I have a job interview and a far dated in the money puts. I have a job interview in an hour. Should I brag about how I unlocked the power of covered calls to make an extra $25 a week? Absolutely. Also, that should give you the confidence to ask for $25 more a week in salary. Just be like, I'm going to have to take less time managing my portfolio every day, and that's going to negatively impact my finances. So you can demand a higher rate of pay. Are we sussin or bussin? Bussin. Spy's already at 396. Market crash today? I hope so. I very, very much hope so. Could this be caused by the VIX? I mean, it could be caused by the VIX going up. Did anybody get VIX calls? Like from the Pickles picks? They're up so much. Sure did. Nice. I more meant around the same time, not doing your own DD, Inkin. You should always do your own DD. Yeah, anytime the market tanks, you always wish you just bought more, but that's the way it is. Yeah, Amazon's doing pretty good too. It's up like 13%. How long ago were the VIX calls on Pickles picks? They were pretty near the top. A couple weeks ago, I think. Was it 8/20? Was it last week? It might have been last week. Yeah, it was so it was 8:20. It was for the morning of 8:22. The VIX was trading at $20.60 at the time. $20.53. So bye bye, Miss BBBY. Drove my GME to the Revy, but the Revy was dry. Then Fubo boys were selling Kramer and Spy, singing "This'll be the day that I die." This'll be the day that I die. Beautifully put, Pickle Bard. I just want to say I love Pickles picks so much. They've been on quite a roll for the most part the last few months, it seems. Yeah, Pickles picks beating the market like crazy this year. Not that that's hard to do because you could beat it with like 1% gains, but that's what makes me happy is my shitty YouTube channel stock picks are beating Citadel's market returns. Fuck you, Kenny. You suck. It's still in mutual funds, DVS. So it's still there's still some active fund movement, but it's very, very minimal. Like the total mutual fund ownership of Rev, active traded mutual fund ownership of Rev is really, really small. So it has some effect, but not a lot. I'm ready for your YouTube ads claiming you can beat the market. I do beat the market. I'm not going to advertise it though. Are Pickles picks for paid subs or for us gifted poors too? I mean, the thesis is written up in the paid subscriber thing, but I talk about them all day, so I guess they're mostly available to everyone. Like everyone knows about them. There's all the poors know about all of them. I feel like a fucking genius for selling in the money 12 cc's on Bobby yesterday. Nice. Billionaire lets you front run chat. Bithead has given everyone a discount on Billionaire. Like BBBY 20% off coupon. Is that how that works? Is Spy finally doing the Simpsons Ralph Wiggum meme? I'm in danger. I don't know. This is a nice, like, bullish reversal here. My November 16 $28 VIX calls are still down. I bought 822. How? Dr. Zircon, welcome to Billionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance,
Huh.
but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go.
Yeah, you can just DM me for it. If you want Spidzler, the instructions are pinned in the announcements channel. if you want to do it yourself. Because I'm gonna copy and paste those instructions and then send them to you. But if you wanna do it early, they're pinned in the announcements channel. Crash over by calls. Do you know when new FTD data comes out? Today. New FTD data is out today. Isn't some other big talking head at 11? There's one of the Fed guys is speaking. No, not at 11. Oh no, it is at 11. Williams is speaking at 11. Thanks for Pickles picks on Tesla puts. I got my stop set. I'm taking profits. Nice, man. Congratulations. Good time to get SPY puts. If it keeps rallying up. No. I feel like breaking the EMA 30 here is pretty important. Although this whole thing is bearish. A rejection here, maybe. AA20 and Spitzler, thank you guys for becoming billionaires. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you the instructions after the stream. Thank you guys. Will I am speaking at 11? Yes. Better to get puts now than 10 minutes ago. It's true. Ooh. Oh, it's doing that thing again where it won't let me adjust the fucking... There it goes. Yeah, this is pretty bullish. This says, do I wait it out? No. Waff, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire.
Yo.
Hit me up over on the Discord. I'll get you
Let's
added.
get it.
Thank you.
We're
Try
not a
holding
cult,
shift.
yo. Just some
I think
people
my
being
shift key is
fuckers, not a
sticking. I
cult,
need to buy a
yo.
new keyboard.
Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay.
Gherkin, motherfucker. I asked for financial advice the other day. You didn't mention the Zillionaire Club. I could be rich by now. I don't think that's true. Okay. Rejected. Custom made pickle keyboard. No. No, I got stopped out of the options for BBBY for today. I might buy some back right now, depending on how the SPY reacts. "30-year-old HP keyboards are the best." I feel like retail becomes polarized into being either bull or bear, much like voting parties. Yeah, it's true. People get very like political about their stock picks. You need to be fluid, plebs. Play both sides. Yeah, I agree. You think this is a buy the rumor, sell the news situation for Bobby? It seems pretty likely that they aren't going bankrupt. Why does that seem likely? I would argue that it seems pretty likely they are going bankrupt. Like not they're not going to go bankrupt tomorrow, but soon. Why not Bobby shares given the uncertainty? Then at least you have pre and aftermarket access. Plus shares won't IV crush 200%. Not a bad choice. I mean, I'll just sell naked calls on it though. If I want to sell calls, I'll just sell them naked. Because they got a new loan. It was $400 million. And adding more debt to their already existing debt is not bullish. Wall Street Bets called a price target? Fuck that. We've completed another share buyback using that three. That'd be bullish as fuck, though, right? Why do you think that? Because of the debt and RC selling out? Yeah. They need to reorganize. Desperately need to reorganize. Best Buy gonna go bankrupt eventually too. I don't know, they just had pretty good earnings actually. Phase climbing back up. I mean, the market's just turning up, so everything's gonna move. Reorganization guidance. I mean, that could be good for it long term, but that's not gonna be bullish in the short term, right? Why are people still bullish about Bobby as a company? Because they don't understand how to differentiate between the company being good and the stock being worth more than it should be. Most bearish to slightly bullish to most bullish news you can expect tomorrow for Bobby. I mean, bearish and most bearish would be probably slightly, and most bearish would probably be about the same. They just wouldn't announce very much information that we already have covering the terms of the loan structure that they just got, and their intentions with what they're going to do with it. I like spy puts, I cannot lie. You other pickles can't deny that when Gert walks in with an itty bitty taste of something big vups in your face, you get swung. Thank you so much, Pickle Bard. Amazing. Bullish would be breaking off Baby into a separate company, or the sale of Baby. Ideally, like for equity, not a cash sale. A cash sale of Baby probably wouldn't be. I mean, it might be near term bullish, but long term it's not. You don't want Baby sold. Spun off, sure. But sold is bad. Sold doesn't really do a lot for Bed Bath & Beyond shareholders. It's like, oh, that one thriving, successful business we own? We've sold that to bail out the shit business that we still have. Thoughts on Apple? What about it? I mean, I have puts on Apple right now. So I guess those are my thoughts. They're for October. So kind of far dated. Or farther dated. You explain why you don't like APRN? Something different to discuss? I just don't like how it looks. It doesn't look super compelling to me. It seems chasey and shitty. Um, it's super cheap and it doesn't move enough to print its options. So to get leverage, I'd have to buy a ton of its garbage stock, which I don't want to own. I do like Weber a little more now. Yeah, but they're not going to be debt free on the sale of Bobby. That's or on the sale of Baby. That's the problem. Is it's not going to clear all their debt. They'll clear some of their like short-term debt, but it's not gonna clear all of their debt. Do you think Apple's gonna have a bounce in the short term before seeing more downside for the rest of the week? I think Apple's just gonna do what the rest of the market does. Want a spinoff of Baby change BBBY's QSIP number? A spinoff would create a new QSIP for Baby. Yeah, I'm in EPAM puts. I got them yesterday open. I'm also slightly short the stock. Blitz, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. And Pezan, I appreciate it, guys. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Thank you. BBBY sells Baby to RC Ventures. You heard it here first. Okay. I mean, that's good for RC Ventures. Not good for Bed Bath & Beyond. What are they going to get out of it, right? That's the question. Like, Baby is probably worth 3 to 5 billion. But the current state that BBBY is in, they'd be lucky to get $1 billion out of it. I'd be surprised if they got 2 to 2.5. And even if they did get 2 to 2.5, that only brings their book value up to like 13, 14 a share, like kind of where it's trading at now. They're not going to trade it at a multiple, right? Because their revenues are not good from BBBY. The revenues are good from Baby and Harmon. So they'll still have Harmon. This has, by the way, nothing to do with, you know, it being on Reg Show or anything like that. Are you gonna buy back those GME CCs anytime soon? No. Why would I? They could just keep Baby, close off Bed Bath, and focus funds on building Baby. That's a good idea. Yeah. Did you exit spy puts looking for a re-entry? Just my short-dated ones. I had stops, so. Think of all the shares they could buy back with 2 to 2.5 billion. Well, they can't, so they can close a bunch of stores, but they're still locked into those leases, right? When's the next OPEX? After September 16th. What spy puts do you have? Actual spy puts? None. I had some. I closed them. They were just for like this Friday. I have SPX puts, and they're 4150s. Use the stores until the lease is up. Consolidate the merch. I mean, I think they're trying to do that anyway, right? They're trying to clear their inventories and close stores as they can. Sublease to GME? Why would that would be bearish for GME? Why would you want GME to be operating out of like 5,000 square foot stores? Like the overhead is insane. Why SPX puts instead of SPXS calls? I had SPXS calls. I sold them. Any evidence of compounding OPEX obligations for GME? What would indicate that volatility players are gone for good? Stable volatility? Definitely not the massive amount of shorting we've seen over the last like week and a half on GME. That would indicate that they're, if anything, coming back, and they left during the split period. For giant gaming centers? That's not like good. I can understand having like a few big stores, placed in profitable regions around the country, but like, or like high volume regions, but I can't see a case for having lots and lots and lots of 5,000 square foot GameStops. How else does GME open AR, VR gaming centers? Oh, Jesus Christ. There's a reason e-commerce is profitable. Do you need lots of 5,000 square foot GameStops to hold all the NFTs? Duh. They're bigger than that too. How big is Bed Bath and Beyond? They're usually like what, like 5,000, 50,000 square foot stores, more like. I'm not good at measuring real estate. The ones in New York City are about 5,000 square feet. They're smaller. But I know like in California and stuff, they're just huge. Opening 5,000 square VR AR gaming centers in big cities would actually make them a lot. I doubt it. Is FTD data usually released after market close? It's usually around the mid-afternoon. Are you excited about the NFT release from GME Erica in 40 minutes? No. Some Bed Bath & Beyond stores have over 80,000 square feet. The average is 45,000. Okay. That sounds more accurate. There's actually a super bullish case for the expansion of esports, tabletops, and in-person gaming experience. It's something that's been building for decades and going to explode. Uh, as someone who's known a lot of tabletop store owners, it's it's not the market you think it is. FTD data doesn't come out until tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? I thought we got it today. Okay, whatever. Tomorrow. Massive day scalping the dump on SPX. Nice, dude. Congratulations. I did, Christopher. Poor's complaining about Bobby being down $1 again. No, not too much. Do you think the market sort of chops for the next week or so? I don't know. Below 400's kind of a different story. There's still a ton of short interest on the indexes, so we'll see if this holds. I already bought puts on the last bump. I should probably buy some more on this one. I'm kind of just trying to see if it's going to come up and test 400 again or not. $31 days in August. Okay. So tomorrow. A successful tabletop tabletop store I know of makes more on snacks than on games. Yeah. The markups on board games are good, but basically you're just providing a rent-free space for people to hang out in, and that's not very profitable at all. This is why you guys aren't billionaires. I mean, I'm not a billionaire either, but yet I'm a long way off. Thoughts of getting a 916 $30 call for ETF FTD period. Not terrible. I'm probably going to pick up some calls on GME for the ETF FTDs. Depending on how the report looks tomorrow, but yeah. Sorry about that. For some reason, I was thinking August had 30 days. So yeah, FTD report is tomorrow. I definitely had that wrong. Just so everyone knows. I don't know if I would short Tesla. I'm pretty confident in a drop on EPAM. So I have a short position on it, like an actual, like I borrowed shares and shorted it position. But that's just because there's no fucking options, right? If I could have gotten filled on more options, like more puts, I wouldn't have done that. But I have a really, really, really tight stop. See you later. Definitely not John the Freeze. RC Ventures is gonna buy BBBY, take it private, fix and optimize baby, take baby public at a $2 billion market cap. You heard it here first. None of that sounds bullish for the current shareholders. Are you buying more Fubo at 350? I have CSPs out that cover me at that price. I guess I'd be buying at maybe I'll sell more. I'd be buying at like 370. Close enough. There's way too much bullishness around the Bobby announcement. I mean, that's not always a bad thing. Buying back GME CCs before FTDs tomorrow. FTDs are ETF FTDs start on 9/1. So I'll probably close. I don't even know if I'd close them for 9/1. Generally, the first couple days of ETF, like it peaks in the middle. I accidentally sold 916 $10 cover calls on Rebecca. Would you let them ride for a while or buy back? I feel like you're probably fine at 10. I mean, upside is very unpredictable. But if it does go up to 10, it probably won't stay there very long right now. Or it'll squeeze. So it's up to you. Revlon's just doing the same shit it does every day. It's moving around a 50-cent channel. It depends on the OI of the strike you're selling into, J West. If it's really liquid, you can sell quite a lot of them. Is waiting the better play? I mean, IV's really low right now, which is encouraging. I don't know, 35s and 40s. Yeah, that doesn't seem terrible. Is BBBY bag holding copium worse than GME's? It seems like GME post 2021 speed run. It's just, I don't know. It's like the weirdest psychological phenomenon. Like how, like the bargaining phase for not having a stock go the way you expected. It's really strange. People should do studies on it. Better play Amazon, Google, Apple for 20-year hold. Like if I had to pick right now, probably Google. I probably like Google best. I don't have any confidence in any of those three existing in 20 years or in their current form, but probably Google or Apple. More likely Google. Google doesn't really have any competition. They're effectively a monopoly. Any tips on selling CSPs for GME for the next 2 weeks? What to keep in mind for, what to look for, things like that. Looks like it found a floor. It's found somewhat of a floor. I mean, that's really all there is to it. Selling CSPs isn't very complicated. If you don't want to get assigned, you want to sell them further out of the money. If you do want to get assigned, you want to sell them in the money or at the money. Does the fact that Rev keeps going back to 650 mean that it being my cost basis is not that bad? 650 is not a bad cost basis for Revlon. That's on all that internalization on GME. I think they've dumped most of it. I didn't actually look at it today. Let me take a look. It's still coming down very slowly, but it seems to be coming down relative to the market. It fell under the 10-day moving averages of this morning, but still above 60. It's at 61.71 as of yesterday's close. How much did Jimmy move on the last ETF FTD run? Quite a bit, actually. But ETF FTDs were kind of high. I think it moved up. It moved from 36 to 47. So it was like 31%, which was huge. That's not normal. Usually it's like 10 to 15%. Yeah, Weber looks interesting. Or it's starting to look more interesting, I should say. I don't know how much potential there is for it. What's the free float on this? 17 million shares. Hmm. Why would you want to get assigned? If you want to buy shares? Usually why people want to. I mean, that's generally why you sell CSPs. Does the fact that Rev keeps going back to 6.5 mean that it... Yeah, my cost base is not that bad. Google has the monopoly. What about Netscape, Navigator, Gold? You know, surprisingly, not a lot of users. I've been looking at the pictures and options as a strategic investment. I wanted to ask, double check, the SPY is currently doing a rounded bottom breakout. No. RevGen 35C had IV tick up about 10%. Yeah, it moved up a little again. In normal circumstances, does this consolidation on the SPY tend to be more bullish? No, this current consolidation is bearish. This is like a ascending wedge. It's already breaking down, actually. So tomorrow, buying calls after looking at the FTD data. Where do you see us go? Small move up, like 32.50 to 35, I would say. It might go higher, but that'd be the range I'd be targeting. Do you know anything about Forge? No. I'm looking to sell 600 CSPs into 486 OI. A ton of slippage, right? Yeah, that would be a lot of slippage. Yeah, the continuation for the downtrend would be expected. Nerve recovery, intriguing or meh? Meh. I'm waiting for this to fall back down before I re-enter, and hopefully they open options again on it soon. How far down do you see EPAM dropping? How much time? I mean, I have long short positions. So I'm giving it a bit of time. I expect it to drop with NASDAQ. It's pretty influenced by that. There's a huge gap to the downside. I did the write-up on it in Pickles Picks. I know 0.72 bought 8.8% of Nerve. Natalie Hines, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. I appreciate it. How far is SPY going? 360? That's a bit excessive of a target, but possibly by, depending on what the Fed's forward outlook is, yeah, that could happen. What's a solid resistance zone for Bobby? 1276, which it's still on. Remember, guys, resistances, you know, act as like almost like a gravitational point, right? Because they are an intersection of buy and sell pressure. And so the price can chop on them. But it gets pulled back, right? Because when the price falls below, buy pressure increases. And when it moves above, sell pressure increases. What's a realistic downside target for today on the SPY? I think where it already found support. And this barely broke down, which is kind of bullish. We would have wanted to see a bigger breakdown below the 397.80 to continue a bearish trend. This is starting to look like it's stabilizing. Like it broke down and now it's stabilizing in the upper range. So this is actually more bullish for a move up. Would you buy back 99 GME 35Cs by the end of today or early tomorrow, given the ETF FTDs? I probably wouldn't buy them back till like 9-1. ETF FTDs happen over 6 days, right? And they generally have the highest concentration on the T+2 period from the previous OPEX. So like these 3 days or these 3 days have the highest concentration. And this is 9-1 right here. So I'd probably buy him back on 9-1. Not all-time high, but maybe like a bounce back above 400. I don't know if it'll be able to clear 400 or not. It's gonna be as hard to break above it as it was to break below it. Maybe harder. I bought the study guide instead of the book. Congratulations, Red Ranger. You still need the book though. So many people do that. And I feel like it's not sneaky about it being a study guide. Like it says study guide right on the cover. Did you guys think it was like the Cliff Notes? Sherwin is having a decent day. Interesting. Cat's not. Cat's almost back to 182 now. $20, 13 months. Didn't even buy the right book. What's your expectation with FTDs and Rev? We'll see. Some of our data points to Revlon still using some ETFs. And I found something really interesting last night. While I was talking to Carl, I was looking up some of the 13F filings for ETFs. And I found one of them. So Revlon should have been out of all the ETFs by 7:30. And then I found VTWV filed a 13F on 8/1. It doesn't have a lot of fails. But the fact that they filed their 13F for ownership after the date Revlon should have been removed from the ETFs was really interesting. And then also, like me and Dork were looking at some of the other ones like VFLQ, which is Vanguard's liquidity factor ETF. Seem to have really high correlation with Revlon's like price movements. Like it looks like they're using them for liquidity. So, and that would, kind of explain how they've been able to defeat some of the price action. Carl is a shill. That's correct. Yeah. Just return it. If you bought the wrong book, return it. Like if you buy, you can do that, right? When you buy things, you can return them. You can be like, I bought the wrong one, and return it, and then get the other one. You can't return options. Basic life hack 101. Thanks, Curious Dildan. I appreciate it, man. Aversion to returning an incorrect order, even if there is a restocking fee of some sort, like diamond handing, instead of selling for a loss to recoup some money. Yeah. I've never understood people that don't just return shit. Like if I buy something and it breaks immediately, I just return it. I'm like, this thing was a piece of shit. Sunk cost fallacy? Yeah, billionaires get access to Pickles picks, Bob. Did that one guy get to return his nickel options after he lost billions? Okay, Spy's breaking down a little bit more. We're still watching this level. This is good. Just return it, eh? How's that Stream Deck? It's right here. It's fine. Thanks for asking, Velociraptor. Nice claw range. 13F has a effective date of 6/30. I'll have to go look at it. Even if the effective date is prior to the sell-off or the supposed sell-off in those ETFs, it's still showing like a lot of correlation with Revlon's price action. Like they're definitely using them for liquidity. Sorry, I told you Rev was on an inverse ETF. I have a herniated disc, and that was my drugs typing. Ouch. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Do you ever lose confidence and not know what moves to make? No. I don't have a ring light so much as just like a giant light panel. My savings account is 1.6% APY. Am I beating the market? You're not even beating inflation. How long would you ride out an in the money put when it's most profitable, barring it doesn't go extremely deep in the money? So it's just slightly in the money? I don't know. It would depend on how much theta I have and how much I think whatever I'm short on is going to drop. That's why you set up price targets, Cole. Sold off SPY puts on the bounce earlier. I want to buy October 21 390, 395. Wait for a test of 400. Maybe. I mean, it already basically tested 400 if that's your goal. I think there's going to be plenty of opportunity to enter downside positions for the SPY over the next 2 weeks. The Popcorn Trader hedge fund is down 75% over its lifetime. I'm absolutely killing it. At least you're not down a full 100%. What happened to the giant water bottle? I have it. I finally cleaned it. I finally purchased a bottle brush long enough to clean it. So that was exciting. But I booked my flight to California to refill it. I don't short cat, but I have short positions on the SPY. A lot of short positions on the SPY. Took profits on my shorter dated SPY puts. Only the finally dated, or well, the S&P, I should say. It's actually not short the SPY. APM up 25%, possible buyout, 25% borrow rate. Interesting. Who's buying it out? Turns out full porting into CERN puts and Jamie calls in November without understanding basic trading concepts was a bad idea. Just trading GME in November was kind of a bad idea. Stop stealing our water. Wow, Rev did another trade. Amazing. Hey man, that's 8,000 volume. Ugh. I just got an instant fill below the mid on EPAM 400p for October. Nice. Yeah, they're not super easy to get. They're getting a little more liquid, but the open interest is pretty fucking low. I've only been able to pick up a couple of them. As I get fills on them, I have a bunch of limit orders set, but as I get fills on them, I've been closing the short position that I opened. That way I can move from the short position into the puts. Have you ever had a loss so bad that you considered stopping trading? No, I've been poor before. It's not that bad. You can dig yourself out of it. JFresh was doing some freaky stuff with it last night, and now I can't find it. Just search JFresh on the Discord. What was he doing freaky stuff with? Rev? That's probably the 8,000 shares I bought. How much do you make a year? It varies. This year for my first quarterly return, I think my gross was uh 1.22, and then I filed a separate return for YouTube, which was like 15,000 or something, and then uh there was something else I had to file also. Oh, I had to file for the REITs. Yeah, $1,200. Great job. Thanks, Hurtful Full Beef. No, I haven't filed for the house. I don't think I have to file anything. T plus 6 plus 35 C plus 3 relevant for Rev, or is that for ETFs? It's for ETFs, but it'd be very interesting if it's relevant for Rev, right? I have a small account and looking for ways to grow. What's better in your opinion, options or CFDs? Honestly, growing a small account with like not a lot of knowledge, I would say selling options, like some sort of buy right strategy, like very, very low risk, consistent income. What price point would you double down on Fubo? Oh, like sub $2? You do get a first-time homeowner tax break if you wanted to pursue that. I think I'm going to run into issues with the price I paid for the property versus the property's value. Because my accountant said something like cryptic about the whole arrangement. But I haven't sold it, so I don't see why it would be an issue. Although I did tell him I intended to sell it right away. It's not a gift because it was a lien, right? You speak to him about a 1031 exchange for reinvesting your gains? No? Are you intentionally ignoring my 7-month chat? No, I think I just might have missed it. Next Fed update on interest rate comes after September quad witching, right? Yes. Does the market really have any reason to dump until then? I don't see it like a good reason for a dump until then, no. I see a good reason for it to trade into a lower range though. which is what I think we're seeing, right? We're seeing the market reprice expected outcomes. And that could bring it back into like the 390, 380 range going into the Fed minutes or the Fed report. What happened to the 40% morning movers you promised us yesterday? Well, we had 40 basis points on the SPY, right? Right out of the gate. So that was nice. I don't know. It's just popular on Twitter. Any thoughts on Phase, their current price, and being on Reg Show? Not really. They have a shitload of warrants, right? It's really risky. It's kind of like SST. Like, it's a very risky play to stay in for a long period of time. I probably wouldn't play it overnight at any point. Are we still in IRNT? No? Real fear in the market doesn't come until the banks start hurting. Yeah. But that could be, that's going to be a while out. Did Spy Drop cause my market data or Taiwan news? Hmm. That's an interesting reversal. Hmm. Could it be something more accessible to capture downswings? Yeah. I don't really think it's gonna affect the price of GME very much. You should remind the poors that they can sell CCs while they learn other strategies via paper trading, especially if they have pickles picks. Yeah, that's always good. Any thoughts on Docu as a long-term hold? I still feel like it's kind of expensive. Like, I think Q3, Q4 could see it at much cheaper prices. Like, after the next earnings. Does Ivy on Nerve have any impact on it? Not really. It doesn't really have any, like, tradable options. I'm converting my Canadian funny money savings to US dollars. Okay. Selling CSPs on leaps for Rev and using the premium to buy calls, a less risky way to enter Rev options positions. It's not less risky. It exposes you to leverage downside. There is potential loss on a synthetic long position. I was meeting, especially if you're spending the premium you get. I wanted to know if the SPY will just pick a direction or if we'll just chop into end of day. It looks kind of choppy right now. I mean, obviously, I don't know if volume's going to come in on it or not. There's no way to tell. Right now, it's chopping on relatively low volume. If this doesn't bounce here, I'm going to close, I think. Does TDA say that Nerve is common stock status alert deficient? I have no idea. Ooh, it did bounce. What's your indication this September may have some intense price movement for OPEX? Big short positions. Lots and lots of puts being opened up on GME. That's bullish. Ironically, but yeah, bullish. SPY still looks weak to me. Enter 930, 400p position. Should be fairly safe. That doesn't sound too bad. Have you continued to load up on Rev Jan calls? No. It hasn't really dropped into a range where I want to buy more yet. What stock are you talking about with the bounce? Nerve? I just grabbed like 200 shares to see if it bounces here on VWAP. Volume's so much lower today. Long coming down. Bobby's still chopping. Bobby looks like it's gonna come back down to 12 right now. This uptrend is really weak. Dude, where did all the fucking volume go on BBBY? It was trading so much this morning. Massive sell wall on Rev Jan 35s, 1.5k. Market maker being a little priss. Maybe. Or just like a static sell set to capture a bump, right? Does the lack of volume on BBBY after such a high volume earlier indicate a pullback? Possibly indicate cheeks are about to be clapped. Um, Not necessarily. I'd say it indicates that people are selling off 9-2 positions. Yep. 9-2, 12, 16, $15 calls. The majority of contracts sold off today. So just people selling calls. The longer they drag out a bounce, the more exhausted retail gets, right? Fucking Wall Street bets. Yeah. Exhausted? I'm not even wearing pants. I mean, people can only buy YOLO into weeklies so many times and get burned before they run out of money. Not all of us quit our jobs. Okay. I don't even know what the fuck is that even supposed to mean? Have you ever skated the Brooklyn banks? Yeah, when I was like a kid. Do you think this is a good time to get SPY 1021 395 Ps? Or wait to see if it bounces? Um, this looks kind of bullish actually. Like if SPY can hold VWAP here, it may be able to push back up over 400 again. Rejected. Yeah, it's not holding VWAP. I don't know. It keeps bleeding up little by little. It's very, very low volume right now, though. I wouldn't expect anything significant to happen until like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, probably. Oh fuck, Revlon's doing a thing. Hmm. Thank you, Saman. I didn't answer a lot, but coming to New York City in a few weeks. Top 3 pizza places: La Industry, Scars, and Prince Street. Could someone buy 1335C at the ask? Don't do that. That's also a lot. No problem, man. You don't like Mamas too? No, I don't. It used to be really good when I was younger. I think it sucks now. Best Chinese food in New York City? Any number of like actually my favorite Chinese place in New York City is up on the Upper East Side. I can't remember the name of it. Um shit. I always forget. It's got like a kind of a strange name. Is it on York? I think it's on York. Charlie Mom. That's what it's called. I fucking love that place. It's been there forever, but they have great food. Momofuku is not really Chinese food. It's like Asian fusion. Chopped cheeses are disgusting. It sounds racist. That's the name of the place. Best Italian sandwich spot. Uh, I'm trying to think if there is any good ones left anywhere. Nah. Remember that time you got bored and kept buying Jamie to put Moon's covered calls in the money? Well, I got some 40 calls for October. We should totally do that again for nostalgia. That was a good time. Best ramen spot? There's a lot of really good ramen places. What is a Peter Luger steak like? Mediocre? I don't like Peter Luger very much. It got very like commercialized and it's just not as good anymore. I'm just buying more Revlon out of boredom.
I keep wondering if I'm actually going to get assigned on my Rev 650 CSPs. Hmm. That's weird. Revlon won't let me sell in the money CSPs? Or covered calls? What the fuck? What are they doing to Jimmy? I don't know. I'll take a look in a second. Ouch. It's rough. All the way, almost down to delta neutral. We're pretty close to it. Hold on, I'm really confused why I can't sell in the money calls on Revlon. Spy broke the uptrend. Took long enough. Let's see if I find support at 398 again, though. It's still not a lot of volume. I do have shares. Is the 650 call PCO? What do you look like? Brokerage support? Position open only. Yeah, but I want to sell a 650 call for Friday. Although the stair stepping looks nice. 650's PCO. The 7 was open first. Okay. So I could sell 7s, but I can't sell 650s. But isn't the $8 strike the one that's PCO'd also? So the 850 was open first, and the 8 is PCO'd? Yeah, I mean, I sold them on fucking... Yeah, I sold them on IBKR. That's why I'm confused why I can't sell them on here. I don't think it's PCO. Can I sell 6s? Hold on, let me see if it'll let me sell 6s. It won't let me sell 6s either. That's fucking strange. Whatever. I can call him and see what the fuck's going on. You can sell 6s on WeBull? Interesting. Hmm. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. Let me sell 7s. Just odd. Is this a market crash? No? I mean, if it is, it's the world's slowest one. Future Gurk hacked into Webull to prevent you selling CCs because big up's imminent. But let me sell them at 7. Soft crash. Oof. GME getting ready for more downs. I bought Nerve and then I stopped out at 2%. Actually, it was a little more than, it was like 2.2%. Are you ready for RC's big announcement? I'm ready for RC not to say anything tomorrow. Is it weird that I'm glad they're shorting Jimmy again? No, I don't think so. Historically, them shorting Jimmy has been very profitable for us. Yeah, more rocket fuel. Gotta refuel the rocket. Why does the OI on Jan 35s look so crazy? It's for Revlon? Because it is crazy. What's your price target for GME before earnings? I don't have one? Why would I have a price target for GME before earnings? I don't care what GME's priced at before earnings. No idea yet, Murph Dog. Do you think they'll try to get it to 25 to get puts on the money? Possibly. I mean, potentially. They have enough time. We may like over the next few days see, especially with the market dropping, we could see like lows from like May, like the upper end of May. So, you know, like 26. I don't know if we'll go a lot below 26, but right now we're kind of just right at the resistance, like where I was telling everyone this morning, like that 29, that 29.50, 29.80 level. And delta neutral's at 29.20, so if you only had $20 left to invest, would you buy Rev or Bobby? I would save my money. How do you know this is shorting and not just the market going down? Because we can see the order flow for puts. It's also the market going down. It's both. But why is RC gonna say, why are people saying RC is gonna announce something? Because of a pixel on the website and an NFT tweet? Loves treasure maps, hates positive EPS. What's up, turd? Nerve bounced on VWAP. Did volume pick up on it though? Like I'm really just not interested in trading like 20-cent moves on Nerve, right? Like I think most of the windup is done now, and it's waiting on FTDs, which are going to be a little while out. You know, it's traded like 1x its free float today, and while this reversal's bullish, it's I don't think we're going to see like a big uptick in volume. So this is kind of just the end of all of that bleeding out, I think. It's gonna remain volatile. I mean, it only has a 4 million free float. That's right, folks. Starting now, Rocket Mortgage will allow you to refuel the rocket and get your life back. Join us for custom mortgages and rocket fuels. Thank you so much, Rocket Mortgage. Very much appreciated. Could be a fundamental play based on the Tonga deal. TMC. Ugh. Why do you guys buy penny stocks? Why do you even look at them? Let alone buy them. Deep Sea Mineral Exploration Company? How are they exploring the bottom of the ocean with a market capitalization of 200 million? Earnings are okay. What Tonga deal though? I'm not seeing anything. There's insider buys, which is bullish. They have a nodule vehicle? More insider buys. We buy penny stocks because we have $20 left. I mean, it kind of looks chasey, honestly. I don't see anything about like a Tonga deal though, so you're gonna have to fill me in on that. I can't look it up like right now. I like to buy into treasure exploration too, but I need solid fundamentals. They're set to mine around Tonga for lithium supplies. Here's the problem though, they don't have enough money. Where are they going to get the money to set up a mining operation? That costs like billions of dollars. Let's take a look for the articles and email you. Okay, or just DM me on the Discord. Can you DM me? I never check the emails. Did you invest in my mining company? It's me, a pound of coke, and the plastic shovel. And a plastic shovel. This is where the money is in setting up fake mining companies and securing rights in third world countries. It's like, hey, I'm here to mine. And it's just Carl with his plastic shovel and his pound of cocaine. I'd be unstoppable for a week. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't invest in it. Carl gets 500 million from WTO. Weber got hammered. Weber's picking up steam, but it's slow to pick up steam. Your PT for Tesla is still 270? They don't change. It's been going really good so far. Straight down like a fucking rock. Just dropping. I own Oxy. Good entry? I don't think the entries on it are very good right now. No, maybe 65. Oil's down pretty big today. That's why Oxy's dropping. It's down like oil futures are down like 600 basis points. The problem with Oxy, if anything, is that it's very sensitive to price fluctuations in oil. But yeah, I wouldn't target above 65 on it. Like I would try to buy in below 65. And ideally in the like sub $60 range. I agree that oil will probably spike again into the latter half of this year. But this is a very high price to buy in at. First attempt at making a braided brioche. Any tips? No. Sorry. I'm not really a baker. I don't bake a lot of things. I could actually be more profitable than most mining companies. It's true. Is now a good entry for BBBY September 16 15s? Are you still holding yours? I got stopped out of mine on the drop. I don't know. I think I might just chase tomorrow. The risk of IV crush is too high. I'd rather chase after the IV crush than buy in now when IV's this high. Although remember, I have the option of selling like naked calls into the run. So if it does run, got some EPAM puts. Can it drop now? I can't wait till Monday. Next week, I'm playing all of your Pickles picks for the first time. I mean, you don't have to play all of them, right? You don't have to play any of them. They're for paper trading, right? Don't put that kind of pressure on me. Speaking of oil, would you mind taking a look at CPE? Why? Now that it's this low, I mean, dude, the price expectation at $30 was 33.34. We're now at 29.50. Yeah, and condoms are for making balloons. Exactly. Did any of them not print this week? Was Pickles Picks just like really good this week again? Okay, spy puts were fantastic. EPAM's been slow to drop. Amazon, obviously great. Tesla puts have been very good so far. Huh. Okay. Yeah, EPAM's longer term. I know it's gonna take a while. But it looks so good on the daily, right? Tesla hitting 275 now. Dude, I fucking love TSLQ. This is fucking awesome. You can get so much more leverage on the Tesla price drop for so much less money. EPM can't be that slow. You talked about October puts, or is 1.5 months considered long-term investing for us? Yeah. 1.5 months is really long for me. Most of my like swing trades are generally like 2 weeks with like 30 days of theta. Gurk, when are you opening a hedge fund? I would like to pay you instead of looking at this screen all day. Not anytime soon. What's IV doing on GME Octobers? I forgot to write it down earlier. I have no idea. Probably dropping. I would imagine GME intraday IV is falling today. Do you own Bobby calls for tomorrow's announcement? I kind of don't want them after today's price action. I'll just buy them tomorrow, right? Like, what's the worst that happens? Bobby opens at $15. I mean, $20 calls are still going to be not that expensive. Could you shill the like button? If you guys could, drop a like. It's a big help. And then people don't nag me about it. Any idea why my broker requires more than 100 cash shares for each short GME call? You don't have margin? They're secured calls? Covered calls? Or you're not allowed to, like, you don't have high enough options level approval to sell naked calls, which is probably the case. Likes rocketing. I thought YouTube took away the dislike button on most platforms. Interview went well. Please pray to Lady VWAP that I can finally break these dumpster chains and move up in the world. Congratulations, man. Yeah, I see what Rev's doing. It's very exciting. Yeah, CC's no margin used, more than enough GME shares on the account. Never been an issue with other securities before. Representative on the phone told me OCC prices the margin that high. That's very odd. I have no idea. I mean, for covered calls, you should just need the shares. Like, you need 100 shares to sell a covered call. That's how they work. Naked calls are another story. A naked call would be a call without you owning the underlying shares. And I would imagine, I have no idea what's happening. I'm confused on what's happening. Are you trying to sell a naked call? Because if you're selling a covered call, you need 100 shares. No, the shares are required via CSV's last. Okay, so they're not letting you sell covered calls with your shares. That's what's happening? That's odd. Yeah, I would try to figure that out. My broker is the same. I can't sell CCs without level 2 options approval. What? What the fuck is level 1 if you can't sell covered calls till level 2? I don't understand any of this. You don't need margin to sell covered calls. Level 1 is long options? Those are way higher risk. That's so confusing. Maybe it's in reverse. Level 1 is only iron condors. Weekly puts on cat make a lot of money as IV is so low and the stock is expensive. At the money puts are less than $2. I did 250% earlier. Nice, man. They're also just risky. Sometimes cat just trades flat. I don't short it because its resistances are really strong. And its bounces can be because it's so illiquid, when it bounces it can be really aggressive. And you're like your entire put premium is just fucking gone like that. Especially holding them overnight. Intraday it's not so dangerous, but usually not very profitable. You have to get kind of lucky. Like cat dumped like 2.5% today, which is like a big dump, big fall down, right? But that doesn't happen every day. Rev is stuck. It's just chilling. CSPs on cat? Probably not worth it. End of week spy target. Hmm. $393 and $390 don't seem out of the question, and like with it dropping as fast as it currently is, it still looks super bearish. I guess my only hesitation would be if it finds some support at 395. How are futures looking? Futures are still kind of dropping. Little pullback on minis. The problem I have is it could just chop. Oh, thank you, someone. I appreciate that. No message, but thank you so much. Rev has no volume. Had to step away for a bit. What happened to Weber? I'm not really in on Weber yet. I'm just kind of watching it. It's starting to get interesting, I think. I like how you say long term is 3 to 5 months. Yeah, Jamie and Fubo are both 3 to 5 year plays. I mean, I'm not in Fubo for 3 to 5 years. 1 to 2 years. I would maybe reconsider after a year, depending on growth. How about end of September? We'll see how much of the rate hike gets priced in, right? I think if the Fed moves forward with 0.75, a lot of that could get priced in like the 370 range. Maybe high 360s, like 366. If they move forward with a 1.0 rate hike, we're probably going to go down into like the 340 range, or it'll trigger a crash. I don't know if we'll see 395 today. Probably not without a sell-off into close. We need volume. There's no like good, like the volume on the SPY has died down massively since the drop this morning. So without volume, I don't see us making any big moves. Do you have a price target for Fubo? Yeah, $8 and $13. But I expect it'll pick up a lot of volatility somewhere in the interim. It's got, high ETF liquidity, especially as the price rises and it gets more weighting. I think around like $7, $8, it becomes a very attractive like volatility short again. And then it'll start maybe to get OPEX cycles, which would be not only good for its like long-term valuation, but really good for like covered call profits. Nice, Edward. Congratulations, dude. If you weren't in SPY puts right now, is it best to wait for a re-entry? I mean, it currently looks pretty bearish, right? Like the trend is bearish. I don't think it hurts to be patient. Tesla dead? Not a question. No, they killed Rebecca. It doesn't take a lot to do that. How much for WeBull real-time options pricing? I think it's like $1.99 or something. It's not very expensive. When's the next OPEX run on Fubo? I don't know if it's going to have OPEX runs yet. I think they'll need to build up. And it still has high short interest, like 32%. I think Fubo's valuation of 20 is likely in 3 to 5. That's fair. It's free if you do an options trade every month. Oh, okay. I don't really pay attention to the cost, but I'd imagine it's not very much. I know on IBKR it's really low. TA on GME? What TA do you want? Well, it's bouncing on the trend. If the puts at 30 sell off, do you think we could bounce back up this week? Um, sure. Aren't they a little further dated though? Aren't they like 9.9? Your line is protecting my CSP. Thanks. I don't like Apron. I don't know why everyone keeps asking me about it. Is it just like all over like our short squeeze or something? It's super fucking chasey. Its breakout today is a little more bullish, but I'm still not super interested in it unless it's over $7. And even then, like, the range just sucks. Like, you're playing what? A run from 7 to 850? Or like, it's either 7 to 850, 10, or 12. And I can't believe there isn't a liquidity outlet here. Fubo has those soccer rights for 3 years. The rights consistently change hands when they go out to a new bid. Holding for 1 or 2 years like you plan is probably best. I mean, that's not the only reason I bought the company, but it's one of them. Yeah, I don't like that one either, Ed. There's a reason I don't play cheap stocks. So, like they don't have big notional moves, right? And their IV is already generally very high. So their IV is usually like 100 plus. And their price movements, while high in percentage value, are very low in notional value, right? And since I prefer to play options, you want notional value moves. So I don't care if a stock goes from 10 cents to, 90 cents if it's fucking only options contract is at $1. Like, sure, you'll get like an IV bump, but this isn't going in the money. And so to get leverage on those, you have to buy large amounts of shares, which leaves you very, very exposed to slippage. Like, why wouldn't I just buy like puts on Tesla and it drops $10 in a day? The percentage move is very small, but the notional move is huge, which moves my strike into the money. Like, I don't want to go buy 30,000 shares of like AVYA, right? Because then I've got to deal with tons of slippage. And by the time you get out on a rug pull, you're usually, even if you were profitable, you're usually down at that point. What stops me selling hundreds of CSPs on Fubo a week for 5%? Not a lot. I mean, that's what people who own SoFi do. Got those free subs. Bithead did some earlier. Nerve starting to pick up volume. Oh, shit. I want to buy into that? I don't think so. I don't think I want to chase this. Although it did have a higher low, right? Like equivalent low. Yeah, I mean, it could be worth chasing, I guess. missed it. Hmm. We'll see. This is consolidation's really important. How about Gherk when Gherk bought Nerve, but I didn't put a stop loss in? Feels good. Congratulations, Stefan. Are you gonna enter a straddle on Bobby for their announcement? No, because you get burned on IV Crush. I was going to, but Ivy didn't drop at all. Like it's barely gone down over the last several days. Really don't like this price stagnation. Are you gonna play the Bobby announcement? It's at like 7:30 in the morning. I'm not waking up that early. The SPY is not breaking down below 377 yet. $397. Maybe. Yeah, it looks like we might head back for that low at 396.30 again. Little volume on this. It's not, the volume isn't picking up though. So maybe stabilizes here at just at 397. Oh, you piece of shit. Hmm. GME bounced back. I kind of moved it at the same time, huh? That's interesting. Dark pool dumps? Could be a coincidence. What did Bobby do? Yeah, Bobby didn't really do much there. Hmm. Riven moving back down finally. Um, Starting to, yeah. Moving, it's breaking down towards that trend line. It's slow, and it just had like a big rally up to like 33. Yeah. But it looks like it failed. It's moving back down to that resistance at like 3150 again. What's up, Victor? Yeah, Tesla doesn't look good right now. Do you see the SPY move continuing through the week or some support? I mean, it's probably going to move down into the 395 range. I don't know if it'll move lower. It's probably not going to move lower on low volume. Have you seen the movie Misery? No. Just watch Make Real-Time Moves. I now have evolved to an elite trader. Congratulations, Paul Smith. If you have an underwater CC and a low cost basis, would it make sense to buy back the CC, sell underlying, take profit, and sell CSP, or roll out CC? You could just roll it out. Which one's a penny stock? When you're looking at something like Nerve, do you try to buy a good entry? Ideally. I did not get a great entry. I got in 30 cents below the peak. It's now 50 cents below the peak. But I mean, you also want to get exposure, so it's risky. Scalping's risky. Can we dip to 20 by September OPEX, then rip to 50, 60 within a couple days? I missed the real VOPs. I mean, I highly doubt we're going to hit 50 or 60. Maybe 50, but that'd be a stretch. I also don't think we're going to dip to 20. That's you've picked the absolute extremes. Well, Nerve will either bounce or I'll get stopped out. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. What am I shorting? I'm not buying 1,000 shares of Revlon to see if it registers on your data. Fubo drop bullish AF for OPEX. It's fine. It's still like no, mostly within expectations. So this price point right now is a decent entry. It may come back down to 3 though. 3 would be awesome. I'd definitely buy more at 3. Oh, nerves bouncing. That's why you DCA into positions, right? You don't buy in all at once. Although, I did buy in before the big run up. So at least I got lucky on that. Still high though. My original position was in at like 430. But I took a lot of profits off of the run. That was supposedly because of their investor meeting, not because BBBY was going crazy. Thanks for everything. I've learned so much. Even though my port is red, I've offset those losses with $12 in SPY gains. Gains on SPY puts. I'm starting to get the hang of this. Congratulations, JC. What the fuck are my JJG calls down 61% today? I have no idea. What about Meta's current price? Like, is it cheap? Relatively. If the market drops off, though, it's going to get a lot cheaper. It's got some serious support at 155. It's not a bad place to DCA. Oh, I got stopped out. Lame. Now it'll bounce. I don't think so, Carl. It's like my $7 Revlon calls for Friday were a good choice. Ah, piece of shit. Now it's gonna break out. Fuck you, Nerve. Just had to test the fucking EMA, right? Spy put's paying off again. Close my CCs out a little too early. But profits are profits. With Ivy crushed on GME today, thoughts on building an OPEX position with October at the monies? I wouldn't do it at the money. Out of the money, less sensitive to Delta. There's still a lot of room on the downside for GME. Why such tight stops on such a volatile stock? 2% risk? You can afford to take more risk, though. Yeah, but I don't want to on Nerve. It's very illiquid, right? Rug pulls can be really fast. Also, be careful with limits on it. Spy's got a lower high, or a higher low, rather. Jesus Christ, I just got off the phone with a buddy of mine. He bought 500 shares of HKD at 11. He lost everything. Why didn't he sell at like 2,000? Didn't that hit like 2,400 bucks? $2,500? Yeah, but like, not even get your cost basis back? What do you do for fun? This? Why are there no puts on Nerve? There's no options yet. Tips on rules you follow or would suggest for novice traders. Set tight risk. And don't chase trends until you get good at it. Seriously, if July rally was all off speculative Fed pivot, it wasn't. Should we see a return to 370s for the SPY? We could see a return to the 370s. Hmm. BBLT still a long play. I don't know. Was this one of this wasn't one of mine. It looks like it's picking up institutional interest, but the earnings missed really hard. What's this company do? $2 million share float. Interesting. It might not be a terrible entry at like $3. I would need to look into some of their fundamentals to see what their balance sheet looks like. Sub 350 is not a terrible entry on BTU. But yeah, the $20-$18 range is much better. And currently it's dropping pretty hard. So I don't think it's so bad. No problem, Chris. Good trader is compelled to evaluate what's happened and apply what he's learned. Appreciate everything you've taught me. Thank you so much, Paris. That seems like bias, Jettle, but it's good that we're seeing some short interest in GME again. Most of the big SPX put positions are dated for like September 16th or October. You should write a memoir, Options for the Degenerate Investor. Bankruptcies, Wall Street bots, and rise of the shill. What is that word? Have you ever served as a guest professor at a local university? No. Hmm. Demagogue. Ah, I see. Trying to figure out how much risk to accept. V Tesla puts closed in the green for me earlier in the week, but in hindsight, larger trails made sense. Is this just something you learned with experience? Bipolar here is GME. GME risk tolerance is through the roof, but timid elsewhere. That makes sense. I mean, that's because you're confident in your holding of GME, right? If I had super strict risk rules on GME, I would have sold it 1,000 different times. But so obviously, there's a lot of leeway granted to it because of its insane volatility. Yeah, it's something you pick up with time. You'll get better at it. You'll also, get more comfortable. That's a lot of it, is that constant exposure to the market will add to your confidence and, with greater understanding as well. You will build more confidence, and that confidence will help reduce, that fear of following the trend that you seem to have. They're cheese puffs, but they're made of cauliflower. They're weird. They taste really bad initially, and then they become like gradually more addictive the more of them you eat. Have you ever hosted a mediocre YouTube stream on stocks and options trading? Yeah, yeah. If by mediocre you mean the best. You also need to, another thing you need to learn is like when you're following a trend, you have to understand that, there's going to be pullbacks. Like, so sometimes you'll get a perfect entry and then, the stock pulls back to the entry before moving the way you want it to. And so you have to be, especially if you're early into a play, you need to be prepared for that. And hopefully you have enough theta that you can, follow through with your plan. Do you see a rise over 40 soon, and when? Uh, I don't know. Maybe later this month for OPEX. Do you have a PT for BTU? I've been buying it at 18. Any chance I get. My initial entry was a little high. I doubled down at like just below 18 at like I think it was like 17, like 1760 something. And then on the next test of 18, I doubled down again. I have quite a lot of BTU. I'm not very happy the price is dropping right now. So my cost basis is 1827 on my BTU position. Thankfully, I sold a bunch of covered calls a couple days ago out of the money, so not so bad. I might roll them down to 2350 now that it's dropping below. Remember, there is an ascending support. I think it's broken it, but there could be some support right around like the 22-28 range. Also, BTU is not like a short-term hold. That's waiting for probably. I've been buying shares because leaps weren't far dated enough, but you're looking for like Q1, Q2 of next year. That's a sus spy candle. Yeah. There seem to be a lot of buyers at like 396. Just a healthy bounce, I would say. It doesn't look crazy. Like, it's not like a ton of volume coming in. Did you see there was an electric cooling system event in BP's 345K per barrel day plant in Whiting, Indiana? What will that do to BP, CVX, or ZOM? I have no idea. And it can't be good for BP's stock price. I was looking at my most profitable trade so far this year. For me, theta between 40 and 60 seems to be a nice sweet spot. Well, it is, because you got to hold your position open for, like 20 to 40 days without really worrying about theta. ZOM 130. I would say my sweet spot's probably between like 20 and 30. But I think with experience, yours will tighten up too. You won't overbuy theta, which is another beginner mistake. Like not a beginner mistake. I mean, more trepidatious traders like to buy a lot of theta too. But ultimately it can be a mistake. I've been in meetings all day. Sorry if you covered it. What's your timing to buy calls for GME September OPEX? I bought early in the past. Would you do October 21st or further dated? I'm probably going to target October. I might start picking up some this week. Maybe into the end of this week. You think Fubo will get a pop from ETF FTDs? It might. We'll see. I mean, Fubo kind of became detached from OPEX cycles. Like, it ran a bunch last year, and then in November, it fell off, and it had like a little spike for March, but not much. And then it ran kind of with the basket the other day, on August, it was August 16th, like when everything was running up really hard. So it's still got some attachment, right? Because that was the day that like GME spiked, BBBY spiked. There was a lot of pressure. So I think there's still some correlation, but unless interest returns, I think it'll remain somewhat detached. So smaller OPEXs, but with the share price and, you know, improvements in the company coming in, I think it will increase in value, which will increase its ETF weighting, and increase its implied volatility, which will bring back volatility shorts. So kind of like getting in GME before you knew about the cycles, but it's more liquid, so not to the same extent, but maybe with the much lower cost basis, far more profitable. It's still heavily short, 32%. Typically you wait until the actual OPEX week. For not really. For low IV positions, I usually buy them like a week out, a week or two out. So for like my out of the money, farther dated calls, or Vega sensitive, higher Vega calls. Would you personally need to see Jimmy's borrow rate creep back up? I don't think we will, with with uh with how much liquidity is created during the split. I think we'll continue to see Jimmy's borrow rate slide. You know, borrow rate not intrinsically tied to OPEX cycles, right? We had plenty of OPEX cycles last year with a fucking borrow rate of 0.75. Are you gonna get some exposure to ETF FTDs due next week? Probably, yeah. Some shorter dated, like near the money calls. Liquidity is DTCC not sending shares to brokers. Yeah, there's still no proof of that. Also, why would the DTCC need shares? Was Bobby on Reg Show this morning, or did it fall off yesterday? I don't know. I didn't even check. I'm sure it's still on, or I would have heard something. Yeah, it's still on. If I was the market maker, I would just let everyone FOMO into calls today, and then pull it off Reg Show today before the meeting. If you think all this price action is because fucking Steve Cohen bought $8.8 million worth of shares, let me tell you, it's not. Yeah, I would just sell calls all day to people, clear out the Reg Show obligations, and then fucking never hedge the calls I sold. How's that crime? Why can't you root for the retail guys? Because I don't want to see people get burned, man. I am rooting for them. You just don't understand it. It's not, you know, you guys think of this like a war, and it's not a battle you can win in like an open field, right? It's, you need to employ guerrilla warfare if you want to try to like succeed at doing this. Why did I get so fucking blurry? No? That's weird. Oh, I thought I had Bobby up. We're talking about Bobby rug pulls today. I was teaching my epsilons all day. A little bit. Thanks, titty titty bang bang. I wish everyone felt that way. What price action are you expecting on the SPY the next few days? Kind of low volume chop and a drift down to like 395 looks most likely. I need to see how positioning for options is going today. Now that it fell below 400, that was critical. I don't think I want exposure to this announcement with market makers like you or worse out there. I mean, I'm just being honest, right? Like if you're a market maker and Ivy's gonna crush tomorrow, wouldn't you want to sell as many naked calls today as feasibly possible? Like it's just that's where their incentive lies. My buy-in range on GME, ideally under 20. I really don't want to buy GameStop for more than like pre-split price of $80 a share. Even then, that's kind of pricey. Mike Zero, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man.
Jimmy wasn't at $80 pre-split. Yeah, it was. It fucking hit like $70 in May, and it hit $70 in February, or like, well, beginning of March, end of February. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. It fucking absolutely was. Here, here, here. These are all, this is $80. It traded quite a bit at $80. I didn't say when it split. I said pre-split. I said $80 pre-split. I didn't say it was trading at $80 when it split. I don't care what price it split at. About 250 at 250, 220, 180, sold at 80, 120, 150, winning. You're so good at stocks, popcorn trader. Revlon and Nerve are both risky. Yeah, they are. You mentioned you found an ETF with Revenant. No. We found ETFs that have strong liquidity correlations with Revlon. A broker gives me margin against Rev shares, but GME shares. Is that bullish on Revlon? It's just kind of been the story with GME all along. Unfortunately, I wish you got more margin for GME, but you don't. I have a lot of I don't know. I have a lot of problems with the so-called theses on Bobby right now. I think most of them are wildly incorrect and presumptuous. I don't think people are cynical enough. Can you explain how Bobby is going to cure cancer during tomorrow's PM announcement? Where can you find ETF obligation due dates? Research them? Does stop loss get triggered in after hours if you set it to? Yeah, for shares, but not for options. When Nerve options chain is opened, what will be your likely play? Well, I'd imagine when it first opens, Ivy is going to be kind of high. So I'll probably wait a little bit, and then I'm going to try to get in on some exposure for the FTDs. My personal brand of hopium is that Jimmy will dip to 20, 23, 20 or 23. So bullish that I'm bearish. See, the good thing about dips like that is it causes a lot of call buying. Like lots and lots of retail and institutional call buying. It's actually really good when GME gets closer to its like fair value. How can I full port Rev 35Cs when I also want to full port Bobby puts? Where does the second port come from? Your wife? What are your thoughts on VIX calls? 921. If in the money, still time to hang on to them. Kind of short dated. I still have mine, but I have stops set on them. Are they like the $24 ones? What I'm probably gonna do with those is, I think VIX is calming down a little bit now. Yeah, a tiny bit. I'm probably gonna close those and roll them out. Beyond the Fed meeting. So probably to like roll them to October. I mean, there's lots of ways of determining the value of a company. Um, you know, you can use free cash flow, you can use EBITDA, you can use book value. GME trading in excess of all of those, even at $30. And that's fine. It's fine for a stock to trade at, you know, a multiple of its profits to earnings. But I mean, I don't think GME is. It's trading at a negative multiplier. But there's still no direction for the company, right? And so institutions are very obviously very squeamish about buying it. What do you think GME's fair value is currently? Between like $15 and $25. I was hoping that it would pick up some valuation from the NFT marketplace. No, unfortunately. Not yet, at least. Maybe not for several quarters. You think Jimmy sees 40 for September OPEX? I mean, it'll depend on what Gamma Max is at the time and how low we drop. But maybe. Strategy-wise for VIX, you generally want to buy in the money calls, 60 DC. I mean, I do that to hedge with the VIX. That's not what I do to like go long on the VIX. If I'm going long on the VIX, I'm buying out of the money calls. But yeah, usually plenty of theta. You can also sell PMCCs if the market's like stable, in order to like offset the theta decay. I still like GME long term. I still think it's got a lot of potential. I never like, I wasn't in it for the fucking NFT marketplace anyway. So I mean, for people that were, that was, you know, the crux of their investment. Then I could understand that being a disappointment. But I bought into GME because of its, you know, especially after Cohen, because of the e-commerce potential. Because I thought that, you know, the like computer electronic and video game side of e-commerce is very underserved. And that's what Cohen's experience is in, right? He started an e-commerce company that competed with Amazon, not a fucking crypto marketplace, right? So like the crypto, like the NFT marketplace is cool, like and it has growth potential many years into the future. But I care about e-commerce, like selling shit and shipping it to people. Sure. If you can tell me where to download like a video card or RAM, I'd love to know. You used to think GME could be worth 300 in a few years, 5. Do you still think it could? Yeah. I mean, today it's still $120, right? Why would you ever sell GME? You make so much money on CCs. It's got to be your best moneymaker, right? It's solid. Yeah. I mean, I have no reason to sell. You're right. My cost basis is low enough that short of GME going bankrupt, I don't really ever need to sell it. I think everyone misses that about GameStop. I think everyone misses that there's, you know, multi bigger than that, right? It's like a 1.2 billion-dollar marketplace for computer components for building PCs, with like a CAGR of like 7.6%. And that market is served by company like what? Micro Center, Amazon, Fry's went out of business. So there's nobody really selling it, right? And then we're about to hit like a recession or depression, which means that, you know, GameStop could potentially move into like selling recycled computer parts, right? Used video cards, used RAM, used motherboards, used processors. And not only the profit margins on that would be huge, but opening access to PCs to gamers of all income levels would be massive. They all have, yeah, all those places have terrible customer service. Not bullish on Radio Shack. Hey, if Jimmy pulls a gateway, I'd be perfectly okay with that fiscal stupidity. 28,000 price increase in a day. Did you mention all of these things to the board in your activist investor letter? No. How do you feel about buying a SPY put for December 30th, strike 390? Are there better ways to bet on the downside, do you think? Or do you think a SPY put is just fine? SPY puts are just fine for betting on the downside of the market. That's a lot of theta, but very safe. I don't know if they'll make a studio and develop their own games, right? They can just use the marketplace to attract like indie devs who want to like greenlight projects, and they can use NFTs to fund those projects. Nice, dude. I mean, think about this. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys are like PC gamers, but imagine being able to trade in your like RTX 2070 for, you know, like $150 and use that credit towards buying like a 3090. And then GameStop can then go sell this for $300. Because there's people that'll buy this, right? Not everybody plays like AAA titles. Even if they do, this is sufficient, right? And you have, you have a yearly turnover in those products, but those products have like a 5-year lifespan at least. Best I can do is 50%. Please, this is GameStop. They'll offer you like $350. True, but maybe they'll change that, right? I mean, it doesn't matter if the GPU has been used for mining. Give me 1 second, guys. Fell off. Spy. It's kind of just like the same rally as earlier. Kind of weak. Really, mining cards are usually undervolted. They're not usually super abused. Anyway, who cares, right? You just warranty them. You get an insurance policy on returns, and then, like guarantee them for like 90 days or whatever. Or let people, buy like an extended warranty on them, which is just more money, right? Wow, it's like busy at my house today. Swing trading in these market conditions is harder? Yeah. Although, when you're right, very, very profitable because of the volatility. After a day of trading, do you ever go back and analyze where you bought and sold? I used to. So what data points are you looking at? And what are you trying to analyze at where you bought and sold? I mean, I would go back and look at like if I used to go back and like look at like if my entry was correct or best, like the best possible entry during that time frame and stuff like that. But like there weren't any specific data points I was focused on. KDB, thank you for becoming a billionaire.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance.
It's still just speculation they'll go into that market. The opportunity is huge, though. If they don't, I will. Cloud gaming is terrible, though, and the latency is atrocious. I don't think that's going to get fixed for... That's like an infrastructure issue. Since Fubo ran hard with BBBY on the 16th, can we expect it to run in tandem with BBBY sees a run-up because of forced closing due to reg show? Maybe. I think they blew off August OPEX obligations or hedged in advance of August OPEX obligations on the 16th for BBBY, for GME, for most of the basket, Fubo included. I think that's why we saw everything kind of run that day. SPY end of day pickle prediction. I mean, this looks like it's gonna start breaking down again. It's losing a lot of volume on these tests of 398. And if we do, I don't know if we have enough time to put in a new low, but we might see one. Maybe sub 396. I don't think we'll drop all the way down to 394, but we could if there's a sell-off into close. So I would say within this range. I could tighten that up as we got closer to close, but we still have like an hour and a half. I see you sold some $7.92 CC for Rev. You trying to scalp it or think it won't hit $7? I don't think it'll hit $7. I mean, if it does, I don't think it'll last. When do the puts built up on Jamie expire? They're pretty far dated. It's a question of when they're going to close them, not when they expire. The last few days of trading, I've had pretty solid exits, but my entries weren't all that great. When I look at the total range for that day's options values, are you are you just lowballing the bid? Man, that is more focus than I would ever want to have on an entry. Yeah, I generally just lowball the bid. I don't think I've paid attention to what price I pay for options for, I mean, like specifically like within like I'll try to get a good deal on them. But for years, 2 years, 3 years, I just don't care if it's like 5 cents more than the best possible price. I don't think they boofed it. I think obligations for August OPEX were really low already. Like we didn't have a lot of expectation for the run, right? I think we were hoping like maybe for like NOPEX price action, like 10-20% move. And we didn't even get that. And I think we got that in advance of August OPEX. I think the same thing happened in November 3rd when BBBY announced their share buyback. They simply de-risk. How do you get fills on EPAM puts? I check the fair price of Black-Scholes and I put a limit just below that and wait. Do you have a superior method? No, it's a pretty good one. I might buy it mid. I mean, if you want to fill on an option, you generally need to buy above bid. You can try to buy below mid, and sometimes you'll hit, sometimes you won't. No, I don't think so, Kenneth. Thanks for the offer, though. If we hit 395 a day, could we see it continue down tomorrow, or could it bounce due to seller exhaustion? I don't think it'll bounce due to seller exhaustion. I think there's plenty of open interest to the downside. The question is, are we going to see higher level puts closed out causing a pullback or like a bounce? And we probably will Friday. We will probably see a significant number of open SPY puts closed out on Friday because they're already very deep in the money. So you're much more worried about getting a fill than the best price. Yeah, I don't care about best price at all, generally speaking. Why do you care about slippage? Well, slippage can be really bad. I mean, like if you market price an order with 10 contracts, you might, and like there's no OI, you might be buying bids that are drastically off of the mid. That's a whole nother story. Like I'm not gonna market order like 20 contracts on a strike with no OI. I don't like haggling, so I only use market orders. Is the nerve squeeze squoze? I mean, whatever position was in nerve was like 50 cents. Or 250, sorry. I don't know if it squoze. There's no way to tell because there's no reported short interest. The borrow rate's still very high. So liquidity has not been returned. And it's been trading like multiples of its free float every day, so it's been failing. It has no options and no ETFs with which to unwind those obligations. What's a realistic example of a bullish announcement out of Bobby? Restructuring of debt. A spinoff of Baby, maybe. Although I think that's kind of unlikely. I don't know why you would leave your house without your longsword, Carl. What if you run into another Highlander? Selling of Harmon? Who's gonna... I don't know if anyone wants to buy it. And it's probably not worth that much. The phase 6 rule for ISDA? I don't think it's gonna affect us. I'm gonna say this for the like 50th time in a week. RC sold. Roll into Jimmy, Rev, or Fubo. Do your research, man. No, he didn't sell so he could buy again. He sold. If anything buys in, it won't be him directly. I highly doubt it would benefit GameStop to do an equity purchase of BBBY. I think there's better things they could invest in. RC playing chess while everyone else is playing Trouble? RC playing Sorry Not Chess? Where do I find Pickles picks? They're on the Discord in the Billionaires Country Club in the announcements channel. 100% agree. There are literal gold mines they could buy instead. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fubo's safer than Rev or Nerve. I mean, Fubo, yeah. First of all, it's already like at its all-time lows, but it's not even remotely the same play. Revlon and Nerve are, you know, over short, illiquid stocks that have had lots of volatile price action to generate FTDs. Fubo is just like a company that's a bit undervalued in its life cycle, and is trying to turn that around. What about GME buying? Great for GME, not great for Bobby. I can't emphasize enough how bad of a deal selling Bobby is for, or selling baby is for Bobby. It's not good for them as a company. Like the rest of their business sucks. It'd be much better for them to spin it off and focus on that end of their business and kill Bobby. Maybe they could spin it off with Harmon. Both of those stores are more successful than their core product. Fubo CCs for September 16th are like 10% ROI. Yeah, CC prices are very good. The Ivy spike on the 16th helped a lot. Fubo had decent earnings last quarter. Better earnings. Not decent, but better. Fubo's a day trading play? I wouldn't really want to day trade it very much. I guess you could. Tradability is good, though. It adds to long-term valuation. It helps price discovery. I actually am working on a thing to start expanding School of Stock with someone. It's just been slow. Maybe RC knew they intended to sell Baby and knew it was time to sell Bobby. Sure. Or, you know, the 7 other board members that were already working against his interests continued to work against his interests. And he didn't like the direction they were taking, so he sold. Why is that part so hard to believe? You know, not every acquisition like that, or, you know, activist investor position is successful. Many times they run into lots of problems with the entrenched board members. You know, it's very difficult. Rev's public float, according to Revlon, their public float is 3.2 million with 4 million shares outstanding. According to their investor relations website. But brokers list them at 7.75 million shares available. Sometimes I like to imagine that Carl is your alter ego. It's you typing questions and comments for yourself to address on stream. It gives me a chuckle. He's not. Gurk, how you feeling this week? Still kind of meh from the illness? A bit, yeah. Better, though. A lot better. Do you know if Baby is successful by itself? Or if Baby is successful only because they pay nothing for warehousing and logistics? Yeah, so a lot of those costs are borne by BBBY. That is true. I mean, there is a chance Cohen makes a move for baby, but I don't know if it'll succeed or if that's what's going to happen tomorrow. What are the candles on Revlon? What are these candles on Revlon? What do you mean? Oh, it's just like dying. It just went down. I don't know what you mean. Are you talking about when it flatlines? It's just when it doesn't trade any volume for a long period of time. GameStop acquiring baby would be great for GameStop, right? I mean, they're starting to build up e-commerce. Why not have more product lines? It would, I mean, it would suck initially because it would probably be purchased with equity, right? But over time, it'd be very good. I'd be very bullish on GameStop, but that's not bullish for Bobby, which is the stock we're discussing. As an owner of GameStop, I'm all about them making some acquisitions. I think they could time it better, but whatever. Yesterday, you were protecting our nuts from cancer, advising us to only wear cotton underwear. Are you the father I never had? I have COVID, feel like dying. What's your advice? Don't get COVID. That's that's the best advice I've got. Yeah, maybe the agreement they came to with RC Ventures was that, he wouldn't be subject to the short swing rule and he could leave with his shares. Maybe the agreement they came to was he could fuck off with his profits and they could run the company as they see fit. And given the series of events that happened, that seems to be the most likely conclusion. Can I get your opinion on selling in the money CSPs on Fubo? What's the risk reward versus just buying some shares? I mean, the risk would be that you miss a buy-in opportunity at, 350 or $4, and you simply make some premium. The reward would be you get discounted shares at the strike or price that you want. I don't know. That would be the difference, though. We have united all the billionaires against a common enemy. Who? Like Rev dropped from 655 to 643. I don't think there's anything interesting going on here. IV on Fubo is too low. IV on Fubo is really high. This is very high IV. IV 30 is like 120. You don't need a margin account to trade CSPs. People don't know what high IV is because their only point of reference is meme stocks. That's true, yeah. Look at the IV on like Caterpillar. It's like 37%. Or Microsoft or something like that. Nerve doing stuff again. Ooh. Hmm. Oh, nothing much. Spy's doing some drops. I've been selling premiums and Fubo isn't worth it yet. It's in like an 8% return on weeklies. It's pretty decent, actually. Especially given the share price. 30-cent return on at the money calls. Like for a buy right, it's not bad. It's like, I think it's like 30 cents. Oh, not anymore. What did I sell them for? 14? Eh, it's dropping. Yeah, it was definitely higher when I sold my last round. Put skew? Okay. Yeah, puts are priced a little better. So CSPs are a little better right now. Yeah, I sold the CCs I sold were for 14 days and it was a 10% return. What was the file date for the 8K that they filed though? Like I know what day it came out on, but when was it filed? Fubo was once $42. It was, I think, more than that at one point. I'm just accumulating on Fubo since Fab. Nice. I just read RC's letter to BBBY. He had 4 goals, it appears. Better focus on strategy. Monetize baby better. Full sale of the company. Strengthen leadership. I don't know if he realized any of those goals. 35cc September 2nd, even worth buying back? Or are you just letting them ride? I'll probably let him ride. At least for now. I have September 9s out also. I have September 9s and September 2nds. I'm not really bullish on SoFi. Not particularly. It's probably fine if you want to hold something for 10 years. The Bobby 8K was filed on August 18th. Interesting. I mean, it's still possible that the agreement that they came to was to let him out of the short swing rule. ACIW was once $42. That's not the same thing. I mean, so what I'm doing is I'm buying in whatever price range it's sitting in, actual Dan, and then I'm strangling it. Because I don't think it has like a ton of downside, but I also don't think it has a lot of upside right now. No, Fubo. No, I'm not 39. That is much older than I am. I watched an entire year of NFL Red Zone on Fubo in 2019 with 17 free trials. Trials. I also watched this last season of Better Call Saul with Fubo free trial. 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 Is this a good price on Rev to average down? It's not bad. Might get cheaper. Bobby dumping? Oof. No, I didn't see the Woodstock documentary. I don't understand how it could be that wild. It's just like people in the 90s in the woods listening to Pearl Jam. Like, how crazy could it have really been? Did you think we see 3 on Fubo or just consolidate at 350? I'd love to get $3 on Fubo. I'd buy more at 3. Quite a bit more. Bro, Eddie Vedder is the greatest singer to ever live. His vowels only approach to vocals was revolutionary to say the least. Nice, Torque. Any options data on BBBY that you can share with us? What do you want to know? Like why the price dropped super hard just there? It could have been because it fell below $12 and people sold their fucking weeklies, right? Woodstock, same like lumber futures. I can't confirm trading leads to price discovery. Like when I buy a share, I discover it can go lower. And when I sell a share, I discover it can go higher. Congratulations on being a market participant, Daniel, not a Dan. I just moved to North Carolina, and the road parallel to mine is Gamecock Drive. Bullish. Okay. Yeah, I've sold CSPs at 650, and they're still cheaper to buy back, which is curious. Is it possible that the BBBY insider is selling today, or is that totally illegal? I mean, if they've filed a 144, a form 144, then they can sell. Why can't SPY stand under 397 for a bit? It's trying. No demand for puts on Rev. Bullish? I guess so. I mean, they're super expensive, so I can understand why people don't want to buy them. Late to the stream, looks like SPY has found a floor at 396, and VIX may move down. Thoughts? I mean, I have stops on my $24 VIX calls. I'm gonna probably roll them out. But yeah, I mean, the VIX is kind of slumping a little bit with the stability on the SPY. It spiked really hard earlier. Highly speculative. Jimmy Erica's NFTs are going to be US landmark events, starting with the Artemis launch to the moon this week. There's a Cape Canaveral rocket NFT. It could be a profitable draw interest. Yeah, if only we can get our grandparents to buy NFTs like they're fucking commemorative coins, it shouldn't be an issue. It's like, here, Pop. It's real simple. You just need to open up a layer 2 wallet and then buy some Ethereum. That won't be a problem. I don't see any issue with that at all. Sounds great. One day you can give this quarter to your great grandchildren and it'll be worth a quarter. Amazon puts same timeline as SPY puts for large moves. Yes. Should you look at Lev sometime? I'd love to hear your thoughts on the electric industry vehicles for power lines, ambulances, and school buses. August 18th, 55% traded off exchange. Highest SV 77. Yeah, can you DM me it? I'd be willing to take a look at that. GME IV is in the low 100s. I'm probably being too greedy, expecting to enter double digits. Probably not. I think we'll probably fall into like the 90% range if we're not already really close to it now. Yeah, IV30 looks like it could slump into the 90% range. How the fuck am I supposed to sell Bobby CCs on high IV when the price keeps going down? But the IV is still crazy, right? Yeah. You can just sell January 2024 $13 calls and get back your entire $10 cost basis or your $5 cost basis. Are you playing the Bobby announcement tomorrow? I had calls earlier. I got stopped out of them. I'm thinking if anything bullish happens, I'll just chase it. The IV risk overnight is just way too high. I'm gonna sell some naked calls at close, like the fucking Jan $80. How much are those? 117. Maybe I'll sell Jan 24. You know what? Actually, the crush will happen lower. September 45s. October 45s. October 40s. Maybe I'll sell October 40s. 280% IV. What's your opinion on buying some Bobby shares for the announcement tomorrow? Now, I'm from Germany and can't buy in the pre-market. I would assume that you can't sell in the pre-market either. There's some risk there. If it's not like a bullish announcement, Bobby could drop back to like $5 pretty quickly. I see a strong September SPY run to 425, maybe more. I don't know about that. Well, maybe, but the Fed might interrupt it a bit. We're getting shorted again, which is very good for OPEX. That's I mean, right now, that's most of it. It's also it would also be the next ETF rebalance after the split, which is possibly significant. Hey, Jimmy did a thing for Cenas. Or doing a thing for Cenas. It's more likely to be bearish, I guess. I mean, it's a coin flip, right? Realistically, we don't know what's going to be said, so it could be bullish, it could be bearish. I don't see the potential for a lot of bullish things that they could announce. There's only a couple, and I'm not sure any of them really benefit them. So I'm leaning a little more bearish on the announcement, but I can chase, right? So I'll sell some covered calls tonight, chase with calls in the morning if it starts running. Or well, not covered calls, but naked calls. That way I capture the high IV if it crushes, and if it doesn't, I can hedge the calls as the price is rising. If IV crushes, puts are terrible too, right? Forced settlements aren't due till September 6th, provided BBBY stays on Reg Show that long. You also don't know how large of a quantity of shares need to be forced settled. And for all you know, Bobby's been skating every day with like 500,000 FTDs. That's more than sufficient to keep it on Reg Show. I don't even know who the fuck Sue Grove is. She sounded boring as shit in the shareholders meeting. Any thoughts on if Bobby would take off Reg Show after today? Yes. It's possible every day, right? You just have to wait and see if it's still on there or not. Short strangle. Good strategy to play volatility on the BBY announcement. Thoughts? Could be okay. How wide would you set it though? Yes, because market makers have hundreds of billions of dollars and they don't give a shit about your stock that might squeeze. Isn't Sue Grove the interim CEO? Sure, but a CEO change so recently after another CEO change isn't bullish, right? Unless they're making Ryan Cohen the CEO. Are we going down that route? Hold on. I have to go buy some tinfoil.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene this hard.
A bull and bear spread. Isn't that just a condor? I bought calls, bought puts, sold calls, sold put on BBBY ready. BBBY, I'm ready. 950, 1550, or too narrow? Hmm. $950 put, $1550 call. It's kind of narrow. I would sell puts below. If I was gonna try to strangle it, I would sell puts below the gamma flip point, which is at like 895. So probably 850 and 1550. That way I'm like kind of locked into the range of the gamma values. Jimmy Weekly CC for 33, safe. Not particularly dangerous right now. You might have to buy it back on like the second, but Nerve is 1345 now. Cool. How is this not a Nerve channel by now? It doesn't have options yet. Look at Spy doing a little rally. That's cute. Some computer share buys come in tomorrow. I think they're aren't they on the 15th and 30th, not on the 15th and 31st? It's J-powing my puts into dust. How? Do you just not have any time on them? What are you looking for to begin entering your SPY put positions? I have some already. Most of them, the problem is I don't really have anything in like the lower range, right? I have 4150 SPX puts, and that's about it. So those are super deep in the money. I just don't have lower exposure. So I'm not gaining anything on like extrinsic value, but on these tests of like 400-ish, I kind of like the idea of getting into like 395s for October or 390s for November. Maybe even 390s for October, actually. I don't really even mind the 390s for October. Speaking of which. $39.50? Ah, man, those are expensive. Ah, fuck it. Do you know a good source to learn about spreads? Options is a strategic investment. I hate multi-leg contracts with a burning passion. You're either right or you're wrong. It's like limiting risk and making shitty profits off all your trades is just boring as shit. I'll set up spreads if I need to like hedge risk, or I'll collar something if I'm really desperate. But for the most part, tight risk and directional options are much easier to manage. Pickle needs to feel. It's not that I need to feel alive. It's just I trade momentum, right? So I don't really care about. Like, I'll make money on like IV and shit like that, but I can also just like, if I want to capture IV, I will sell shitloads of naked calls. I don't care. I have the money to do that. I understand using spreads because you don't, right? That's perfectly reasonable. But you also don't have to make money off of everything that happens in the market. Some people prefer it. Some people are very risk averse or bad at managing risk, and for them spreads are very good. Any gaps anywhere on Bobby? You wish. CSP for BBBY at 6 safe? I mean, do you want to buy Bobby at $6? I think that's the question you should answer. Like, if it turns against you, are you willing to buy Bobby at $6? I only play spreads because I like saying spread them to my financial manager. Nice. I think within like a $12 range to the downside, and a, you know, $20 range to the upside, there's very few gaps on Bobby. Yeah, we've talked about the GME ETF. It's just uses swaps to mimic a negative 100% short position on GME. 100% of the return of a short position on GME. So I mean, there may be some effect with the hedging of those swaps on GME, but it'll likely be minimal. Those ETFs don't hold stock, right? So they're not like a creation redemption source. They just hold swaps and derivatives. Like options and swaps. USA's mental health system is so bad. My mate's over there with psychosis, and the police are too afraid to intervene. He's not eating, drinking, etc., and they have to wait for a bad outcome. Yeah, yeah, mental health care in the United States is pretty dog shit. I'm just practicing following with stops on nerve like you taught us with spurt. Nice. Yeah. I mean, it's a fun stock to play around with. I think once it gets some options, if they open the chain on it again, it'll be pretty interesting. There's no way it's not some bullshit loophole. Yeah, I don't think it is. It's just like CFDs, right? Can we short the ETF if you want to? Any debt on Nerve? Oh, I wasn't buying Nerve for their fundamental valuation. I'm sure, yeah, they're a bio stock. They probably have an obscene amount of debt. Yeah, their book value is like $1.49 a share. The total liabilities are 69.15 million, and total assets are 77.12 million. When do we see new FTD data for Rev? Tomorrow? I can't prepare you enough for how little I expect from it. Maybe some FTD movement around like the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of August. After that, it's going to probably fall off pretty hard for the remaining days. Why is an entire trading port either bankrupt or nearly bankrupt companies and the VIX? I don't know. Nice, good Godfrey. It's a good entry price. And covered calls on it aren't terrible. If you guys notice though, the skew for call put pricing on Revlon's getting better. Slowly, but it's getting better. Well, over the last couple of days, put and call IV is normalized a bit more. I'd say it's about even right now. Yeah, it's almost even. Like early in August, the fucking like August 1st, put IV was like 235%, and call IV was 150. So it's way off. Where can you see call put skew pricing? Trying to think of like a free source to view it. Maybe like bar chart or something like that, or chart exchange might have it. Spy's drop have been entirely from T+2 of Friday. That would be like the opposite direction. Maybe? I don't think so. Our stability today might be from T+2. The fact that we just haven't like cratered. Do you explain the significance of call put skew? I mean, it affects the pricing of options on the underlying. I guess it shows like it's bias for pricing volatility in one direction or the other. So they're pricing in less fear to the downside on Revlon. Which means likely they'll be hedging more of the upside on Revlon if that continues to shift. So if the market maker starts pricing in like more and more move to the upside, then they're going to hedge more and more move to the upside. I signed up for WeBull, but didn't realize you had to go to the promotion center to claim the free shares. They expired. I emailed them, and they're going to reissue them. Big props. Oh, cool. That's the first time I've ever heard about WeBull answering an email. He won't leave his house and is destroying his life. High-paid career via social media posting. If you have suggestions, I'd much appreciate. Huh. I do not. Fubo TA? There's like an uptrend here if it ever grabs it. But we need to find a floor first. I guess we could say it's there. But we might find a higher one. Right now, I would say that's what we've found so far. Which is good, right? That's like a growth pattern. This is definitely an accumulation period. Volume's like spot on. Now I can see why you don't care about the like button. Why is that? On the fence about holding GME September 1630 strike. Puts are closing today. Thoughts? I guess that would depend on when you bought them and how in the money they are. Like, are you up a lot on them, or did you just buy them like at 30 and we're trading at 29? Your nervousness tells me that you didn't buy them at like $35. WeBull responded to my email in like 2 hours. I only have like $100 in the account. That's awesome. So you don't have a social media breakdown from your overwhelming fame? I don't know how that works. Why would I have a social media breakdown? I've seen other people do it. It's really weird. I think you have to care what other people think to have one of those. Like, you have to be very invested in what other people think of you. WeBull has never responded to me, but I don't have an account, so that tracks. Yeah, you're unlikely to get a response from WeBull support if you're not an account holder. Fubo have the ability to slip to 3? Yes. Is accumulation related to Wyckoff? Yes, it is. What's going on with Bobby tomorrow? No one knows. Or someone knows, and they've started selling today. SPY chart always looks the same as Apple. Is there any difference between the profitability of buying options between the two? Yes, but it's minimal. They do. I mean, Apple's the highest weighted stock in the SPY, right? So it's they track pretty closely. EPAM bears. Shall we begin? Has it done a thing yet? No. SQQQ September 2nd, 43.5C worth holding overnight. It's up to you, man. Obviously, holding any index position overnight is risky. Can I tell you what SQQQ is going to do tomorrow? No. Yeah, the spread on EPAM puts is ridiculous. You've got to just like put up a bid and see if you get a fill. My buddy texted me, he goes, I tried oat milk the other day. It was horrible. It is. I bought puts on it and now I'm up 7%. Good for him. Oat milk's the worst. It tastes like oatmeal water. Like if you just boiled oatmeal and then poured the water off into a glass. That's what it is. How the fuck do you milk an oat? Well, you secure its nipple in between your thumb and index finger and just tug. It doesn't add a nice nutty flavor, it adds an oatmeal flavor. It makes everything taste like bland oatmeal. They just need to make apple cinnamon oat milk. That's the solution. Are you getting puts on EPAM? Yeah, I have been. I've gotten a couple fills today. 400, 410, 390. I got one 380. I also just shorted it because what sort of plain cereal are you eating? Like Cheerios? Oh my god, I remember those. Those were like the Quaker Oats, like instant oatmeal packages, right? With the dinosaur eggs. Here come the oat milk hippie shills. For those of us who can't drink milk, it's a thing. Can't you just buy like lactose-free milk? What's your favorite cereal? I've answered this before. Fruity Pebbles. Lactose free has a weird taste. So does oat milk. Stop giving money to Big Oat. Hey Gurk, monthly thank you for doing you. Quick question. I miss Big Gurk when you took up half the screen. Every day you shrink a little bit, just like my port. Could we bring back Big Gurk? BBBG? Aren't I the same size I've always been? How did the lactose intolerant survive natural selection? They lived in areas where milk wasn't widely available, or animals they could milk weren't widely available. You go try to milk a Cape buffalo and let me know how it goes. No. Now I could just be in the stocks. This is even better. Last time you were this small, you were on J-Pow's shoulder. I know. Gotta pitch up the chipmunk voice. Hmm. Dairy products weren't a thing till refrigerators were a thing. That's not accurate at all. We did other things with our dairy. But we definitely had dairy products before refrigerators. Yogurt, cheese. So you just want giant me? There's nowhere to put my face if I do that. It's ridiculous behavior. Thanks, Chicken Tender Daddy. We literally could not have had dairy before we invented cows. Do you slouch or is your chair really tall? Both? It's not so much slouching. My back, the upper part of my back is straight. I'm just like very far down on my chair. Make yourself bounce around this. Just go like this. This is fun. Okay, I'm over it. You know, I feel like I could do this stream about anything and everyone would still be here. How many of you actually watched the stream for the stocks? Is Tesla going to get rejected? Maybe. Wait, the stream's about stocks? At least some people watch for the stocks. I'm waiting for the bikini hot tub stream. I'm working on it. I'm getting my beach body ready for winter. Guys, don't worry. Taki's gonna save the market. I'm here for the unrefrigerated buffalo milk, of course. When Hot Pickle Autumn, coming soon. Where to watch the guy talk about Bobby? Bobby's here. It's kind of cheap right now. Are you buying Bobby before the end of the day? No, I'm gonna sell a bunch of calls though. How about a face melting sell off into close? Revlon's working on it. More Rev Jan 35s if we keep dipping. Maybe? They're getting cheap. Yeah, Revlon FTD reports tomorrow. Everyone's FTD report is tomorrow. All smart degens have sold their Bobby and moved on to the next bankrupt company. Get with it. I think someone just bought 250 of them. That's a larger number. These puts are just getting thated to death. What do you have, $32 puts? Yeah, Revlon's having the slowest walk down in the history of stocks. It's still like $2 off of its support line. Or Rivian, sorry. Did I say Ribbon? I think I said Ribbon. Now I don't know if I said Riven or Revlon. What did I say? What's up, Walken? Why are there no IV plays to the downside on Bobby? I don't believe for a second tomorrow's news will lead to a massive run. And even if the news is bullish, the MMs and shorts will annihilate the move, like they always do, because retail is retarded, poor, and without a thesis. I mean, I'm selling naked calls tonight. That's like a bearish bet. Revlian? Okay. Revleca? You said Riven, stop playing League. But that's the ticker. Of course, you only read bad BBBY comments. Why is the Zillionaire stream always available now? BlackRock sponsored? No, because we've been in like a period of lots of meme stock fuckery. Also, everyone whines when I lock it. It's like, it's a big pain in the ass. Tomorrow, Bobby will announce buying Revlon so they can go bankrupt together. Interesting. Pigeon Whale only stream? I'm working on it. We're gonna do a Pigeon Whale only stream, but we're not gonna talk about stocks. We're just gonna get really drunk and read DD. Look, market confidence is shaky. Can I proofread your mind map? When pores only stream? How do I pull that off? Can we just do a stream of my drunk ass trying to explain ETFs? Well, it's gonna be like, I'm gonna do it like a big Zoom meeting. Did you know only stream? Is that where you drink expensive whiskey and caviar? Yeah. Mostly just drinking caviar, though. Do you expect to jump in GME Fubo Rev with FTDs tomorrow or Thursday? Not particularly, no. Pores only stream available between 4 p.m. and 7:30 a.m. There would be Pigeonwell FOMO greater than GME 2021. Win stream of going into BBBY just to pull rugs off the shelf. I would watch that video. Will there be bum wine? What's bum wine? I'm canceling my membership if you do a pores only stream. I love how I like open up the member stream so the pores can just watch but can't comment, and people are like, that's terrible. Fuck the pores. Are we rugging BBBY back? Hey, look, the spy's closing in that range I defined earlier. Woo. Where was that guy who was really afraid of the Tesla 400? Where are you? Are you still scared? Are you okay now? We're here for you. Here's what happens. Revlon hits $95 or BBBY hits $95 in the pre-market and then opens at 10. Like from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m., $95. Opening price, $10. The IV on that would be phenomenal. But then it crushes immediately upon open. IV unchanged. I don't have a clean, consistent beard trim. I think this is just the shape of my facial hair. This is, I don't maintain this at all. It just grows on my face. Yeah, they've done something similar on GME before. Is it true you'll shave your beard if Rev hits 30? No. If I shave my beard, I look like I'm a 12-year-old. Shave it, it'll confuse the algos. Evil Jack Black. My P&L open percent on rev calls keeps slowly going down, yet the contract value hasn't changed, and my cost basis is $1. It was at negative 12%, now it's at negative 18% on TDA. Is it pulling the mid or the bid or the ask? That's it's probably why it's like the mid is changing. I don't know where TDA pulls the price from. Do you think any announcement will link Bobby and GME? Is that what you want? You want Bobby's bags thrown onto GME? I don't want that. Not particularly. I mean, I'd be okay with an equity buyout of Baby, but only in the long term. It would piss me off initially. Because they could just wait for BBBY to go out of business and then buy it. For less. If the Nerve options chain opened right now, what would you get? Nothing? I would wait. Yeah, it could still hit 1250. It's a bit excessive, but it could. Jamiroquai. RC leaving to come back and save the day is the most ridiculous theory ever. I know. Is a $25,000 port enough to day trade and live off of? Yeah, absolutely. If you can maintain it. I mean, ideally you'd want to be a bit above 25,000 because you don't want to slip below and have to like deposit money. But yeah, I mean, you can make a decent income with a $25,000 portfolio. Ah, goddamn SPY. What a terribly boring day of slightly down chop. Yeah, my problem with the sale of Baby is I don't think it does a lot for their like valuation, right? It might help the company get out of its problems, but it's not going to make more people go to BBBY to buy their towels. Like, have you ever been to a Bed Bath and Beyond and then gone to a Costco? I lost a finger today. Don't stick them up your butt. Not asking for much, but I like to try making $100 to $200 a month by trading. Any ideas and tips how to start? I usually tell people to start with like some sort of like buy right strategy, right? It gets you comfortable with options positioning, and you know you have like a long-term investment that you're confident in, right? Ding ding, the day is done. Um, so everything kind of just down with the market today. I don't really know if there's much to say beyond that. Bobby's got its announcement tomorrow, which looks a little less exciting after today's price action, but you'd expect it to drop into anything bullish anyway. Why won't this let me zoom out more? There we go. So pretty much everything we watch, at least following the same track. SPY seems to have found a pretty stable floor here at 396. And the concern here would be, at least for the short side, that the SPY is going to stabilize here. And at the end of the week, when we see put positions begin to close, because they are profitable, that we'll get a small rally off of that. And for the upside, you know, that can mean a return to like 405, maybe even 411, as we really lack any bearish macro data coming in this week. Even today's data wasn't very bad. So if we do see that and we start to see some repositioning, be prepared for that upside. Make sure you have stops set on any profitable puts, and you're able to get out of them in time. But everything else looks, you know, fine and kind of midweek doldrums. Nothing exciting yet, though. We have the FTD report coming out tomorrow, so that'll give us a better idea of ETF FTDs coming up beginning on September 1st across the many stocks we track. That's about it, I think, for today. So not a lot, but end of the week could be kind of interesting. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow morning. See what Bobby has to say at their big press conference. Thanks, guys. Have a good one. I'll see you in the AM.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.